Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are joining you for the ESC Fortnite Qualifier. My name is Cherry J, joined by Kenzo SSW. We have a phenomenal matchup ahead of you as these 38 teams clashing to qualifier for the Orlando LAN in the middle of June. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a big game for every middle schooler, high schooler, every individual challenging for their spot. This is it. This is where we will see who comes out on top as we start our game right off on day number 1. This is it, and we already look towards a little bit of damage coming on hit as we go in. Bit of an engagement already stopping in. Shots go a little bit wild. The AR unable to make too many connections, only able to find that first 31 damage. But we just wait and see. Both these two players, though, seeming as if they matching skins, probably on the same team, you'd imagine. And Kenzo, how are you doing on a strong Saturday like what we got tonight?
Feeling pretty well. You know, I'm feeling pretty excited. You know, first time in a while ever calling a Fortnite tournament. I did one back a couple months ago, but I'm a bit rusty. But hey, you know, we wing it. Like I said, pretty excited. You know, like you said, this is to find out who will be heading toward Orlando. I'm very excited to see how all these players are going to perform.
It's a big game ahead of everyone in our lobby. And as we head on in, right, new updates recently coming out, giving the map a bit of a different feeling than what these players are going to be used to. However, we already see the engagement coming on out. A couple kills racked up as the Dark King kid already can be able to score up a couple points for their roster. Great work coming on in from them as they're going to try and loot up, right? Playing the outskirts of different locations. Not going to go in for heavy investments towards major POIs. Instead, just going to look to loot up early on. And that does seem to be giving them a bit of an advantage in the kind of way of how they're going to be able to play for placement points, right? 38 teams coming into this event, going to be leading up as not a lot of real time to die early. You want to make that top 10 to gain that placement point advantage, as definitely going to be seeing as this team, with how they can position themselves, they're going to be able to be poised to do just that.
Yeah, you can see they're mining for materials very easily, want to get that very well out of the gate. You know, drops can pretty much play a pretty important factor when you're in a very situation like this. Even though they do have an elimination, Dark King and Mirror Queen, they do have actually have a bit of the advantage. We can see just a bit of how this stuff, everybody spread out a little bit. We got a couple people at Bumpy Bay, Inno Lab, Sandy. Nobody at Sandy Strip, actually. As we could just see a couple people outside the storm circle. We got Flunk. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I'm very bad with names. As Watch Kiwi, he has 4 eliminations, so he is popping off a little bit. I'd love to see that. And Wingman, Funkington, he's being damaged a little bit. He's in trouble. He's gonna pop that mini kill. Good idea. Hanging around his bills, trying to shoot a little bit, gets a couple damage. Is he gonna back off a little bit? He's actually gonna engage. Very smart strategy. I don't know if it's gonna pay off for him in this series bit.
Watching the Funklinton trying to get something done as they drop in the heels, just taking this slowly. Not looking to play too aggressive, as both teams just going to have their bases set up. Now, something we can kind of note, right, is I don't love the way that Funklinton is set up on this positioning. There's exactly what I'm talking about. The third party is so good.
Yeah, that third party is pretty much what's going to kill you. You have to be aware at all times, because a lot of these are going to pick you off from high hills, high places that you cannot see when you're basically directing to another spot of the team. As Funklinton, he gets eliminated. Now, FAL, he's also being attacked. Very dangerous. Lots of teams just picking off each other. A lot of third-party action going on in this opening contest.
Tragedy strikes as when they build up those stairs, right, they need to be able to have the walls to be able to cover them. But unfortunately, I guess the mats maybe not as high as one would have initially appreciated, leaving them to get 3-partied from the western angle. But a phenomenal spray. Do they follow up, seeming as if they still bide their time, waiting in wait. However, it's a similar situation for the gameplay of F8L, as they're currently going to be having a lot of opportunity to be third-partied from the river. However, it does seem as if they don't really have too much of care for it, right? Dropping off the high ground, looking to play towards low as they go for a bit of a spray, trying to apply pressure, not able to make too much happen. Just sticking to their guns as so many opportunities for the third party to come through. It's a very volatile spot for them. Meanwhile, their opposition hiding in the building, instead going to have nobody to be coming up upon them. So really a tragic spot for F8L to be in, as it does seem as if they are just going to back up, looking to possibly play a little bit more onto the passive side.
Yeah, playing a bit of passive. Now they're going to use the wingsuit, kind of distance themselves a little bit. That's a smart idea to kind of gain a bit more of a high ground. As always, they had to remember you are not alone. You do have that third party, as we saw earlier, with another team, with another player who also got third party, heading into another POI, looking to loot up a bit, maybe get some more ammo, another wingsuit, maybe some health. Big pot, mini pot, does not matter. As we can see, he is using that to his advantage. Very smart idea. As they're going to hang out in this POI, but as always, they have to be careful. They don't know if someone is also looking to do the same thing as them.
Tragic situation if you're any of these players, but as of now, we look towards Inland. Going to be a bit of an engagement possibly coming out, as it is going to be the first player knocked down. Bit of contention, 1v1 scenario, trying to get it done and dusted. But as they drop back, 2v1 situation, able to gather themselves up, gunning the thirst. It's going to be looking good, as it's all up to Gamer Girl in a 1v2 scenario. Gets spotted out, all full box, that's the kill.
Very unfortunate situation for Gamer Girl. That 2v1 was not in their favor. Always just tough, you know. In those cases, scenario, there's not much you can do, and a very heartbreaking defeat for them.
Really just tragedy striking once more, as we saw Makima Peace and their teammate doing really stellar work when it came to their 1v1s. They were looking good. Seems as if they are going to be the real players to make this game look to go their way. We are just going to see them looting up these couple buildings. There's going to be a vending machine they possibly are going to be utilizing to its fullest extent. We haven't really seen what's in it just yet, but definitely seems as if these two players are going to be contenders for that ESC championship in June.
Yeah, they are, and I think that's gonna pretty much give them a bit of advantage. You can see they know how exactly to build. They know exactly what to do. Watch out for that third party. Make sure to stock up on resources, stock up on ammo, because you never know. You can obviously be attacked by another team who's also watching from you. Obviously, you have the heal. You have that higher ground that is just so hard to predict on what's going to happen. In this next one, Makima Peace trying to at least stock up on some more resources. Like I said, maybe get some more ammo. Yes, they do. And maybe drop a couple med kits for their teammate.
Good, as we do look towards Makima Peace, possibly looking to make rotations. Not sure if our lovely producer can take us to the zone, but yep, they are actually in zone right now. So Inland Labs, barely on the edge. However, maybe they look to head central, right? We see the teams that are currently positioned. Not many are taking a position towards center. Obviously, we see those green arrows. Those are going to be the closest ones to that center zone. Those are the two players that likely have the biggest advantage within this match. But right now, it is just going to be a bit of a question of who does come out on top. We see a bit of an engagement coming out once more. We'll see what they do end up finding. Right now, though, it is going to be two players boxed up, looking to get some support going on, able to edit in. Maybe the engagement's already over. It does seem as if that isn't the case, as they do tunnel very heavily, giving themselves a little bit of leeway when it comes to being able to replenish their HP. And, yep, now they reposition, looking to go over towards zone.
Yeah, they're going over towards zone. You kind of saw that's where most of the little bit of the game is that middle circle. And we have one of the teammates kind of pop it up in the air, looks to go for that wingsuit, maybe gets a bit more high ground and try and re-go. Maybe backs up. Oh, but they're taking a bit of heavy fire just for a little bit. They're maneuvering around so well with that wingsuit. Maybe trying to chase down a little bit, looking to box up once more. Gonna go for some more bandages a little bit. Heading over their teammate. Dudes is the firepower now. They're a bit of engaging. Can they pop it off here? They might have it. Trying to do some damage towards that structure.
Looking good, as currently we see the leeway coming on a line, editing out, looking to get that vertical adjustment, taking to the high ground, editing towards the side, trying to get something done as they look to just break all of these indestructions in their way, hindering their ability. This tree could possibly give a little bit of leeway towards their opposition. But as we look towards Jester, they're just really suffocating their opposition. Not doing too much, however, and it seems as if they might just go for the reposition off of it.
Yeah, I think they are. They're looking for that reposition. They're not getting anything, so saying, let's regroup somewhere else. Maybe head more a bit in towards the zone and kind of at least catch our opponents a bit off guard. Maybe not sleeping at the wheel, per se.
I mean, there is definitely the world where their teammate was the one to be able to connect that kill. Unfortunately, we will not be able to see that. The HUD was recently kind of broken due to Fortnite. Obviously, you know, it's a small indie company. Not not actually, but, you know, we can say that. Anyway, yeah, currently they're just going to be making their way on up, trying to get something done towards the high ground, potentially. Nope, they want to just get that healing off as they have the Slurps juice available, and they're just going to look to get it both onto them, and we'll see what they are going to be able to do next. Right now, it is just going to be Jacer, though, really taking up towards the high ground. Mountain is going to be theirs. They drop ammo for their teammate. As we can see, the light, medium, and shotgun shells are all going to be dropped on in. Currently, these two players, they are definitely looking good. We saw them in a bit of an engagement. Not able to see the finale of it, but oh, in the bush! There's going to be an early shot coming out, having to build up. 90s blurring, and now as they take high ground potential, they are separated from each other. Isolation could be the key to eliminating, but we will just see what they can find. Stuck in the bush, looking to go for the healing.
Yeah, they're looking to get in that bus, kind of catch them just a bit off guard. They did get the engagement, looking to box up. You can see, looking to edit just for a minute. They need this team kind of really needs to regroup, and they're gonna do that. As you saw, just a bit of isolation. You are right, that may be the strategy to get this team eliminated, but not in the nick of time. They're regrouping once again.
Engagement might possibly be coming onto him. The Bush player, certainly someone who was giving them a run for their money. Not sure what did inevitably come off of there, but right now it is going to still be both players alive. They do have the care package available to them. Looking to get some shots on in. 20 gets hit.
They got that supply drop. That is nice. That is nice. But will they use it? They will. Picking up that purple SMG as we take a look inside the zone. The zone really pushing now to there as we go over to I have 30 PR. He is boxed up with his teammate, looking to maybe wait out just a little bit. And now that is really pushing to, actually, excuse me, they are not inside. They are outside the zone. As we see Robot Destroyer and his teammate both rocking the matching new skins that's up in the shop, looking for engagement. They're going to back off just a little bit. They do have something, or they might go towards the engagement. Hang on a bit. No, they're being attacked. They got to box up. Yes, they do. Trying to fire something. Robot Destroyer is in trouble. Nowhere to sight is his teammate. He's going to crank those 90s just a little bit. He's going to maybe box up again to give himself a bit of breathing room.
Are just going to be seeing these players taking to the high ground, looking to get something done. Not sure how many players are left. Seems as if there's still a plethora of rosters available within these final couple zones. Certainly seeing as if playoff points are going to be something that really do matter when it comes to their placement, right? Now as we look towards Christmas gear, they are just going to be boxing up. Two players, two matching skins, as they are just going to be having a bit of contention, trying to get some pressure done. AR shots go wide, not able to make the contention, only able to drop a bit of damage on the opposing wall.
Yeah, they're doing a bit of damage towards that opposing wall. Not much they can do except maybe stack up on some health. You saw Christmas Gear taking loads of damage. Now they're farming for resources to go back in towards their box. But they have to be careful just to make sure that that box was not damaged in any slice, so they can at least get back into it. Christmas Gear hopefully gonna camp in that bush, catch the team off guard. That's a smart strategy. Now they go up into the air, use the wingsuit, gain a bit higher ground, or chase after somebody. It might be they're looking for that. Just a little bit to kind of see what they are working with. Maybe going for that supply drop. No, not. As everybody now heads towards the circle. Look at this. They're going after not Sparkly Princess, but they are looking for that supply drop that's in that storm. Now we go over to Motion Ruski. They're a bit of an engagement, looking to catch someone off guard, looking to pickaxe that wall.
An uncomfortable position, to say the least. Going to be trying to get something done as they box up. Trying to get to that real bit in the zone. But I don't think they're currently inside.
No, I don't think they are. You might be right on that. They're a bit of engagement. We do have some teams left. I have 30 PR with 3 eliminations so far. As I think the highest we've had is about maybe 4 with Funklington, who's... Actually, now let's watch Kiwi, who has 5 eliminations. Excuse me.
Wash Kiwi is down for the count. It does leave them with only those 5 eliminations to get done with, unless they can find the resurrection. But more realistically than not, that shouldn't be on the cards, as currently everyone just staying within the zone. Nobody taking too much of an engagement, as it is going to be a close one over towards the left side. A couple players fighting over, but what they're going to be able to find, that's still just to be determined. As right now, just peeking out of the cone, editing it. This is a tale as old as time. And now we're finally seeing the zone pulling into the storm. We'll see what they can get accomplished over towards Makima Peace. We've been watching them a lot today. We know that they have that mechanical capability. Do they reset this triangle? Pyramid, sorry. We'll see what they do end up going for. As there's players right on the opposite side, editing their own wall. What is that? Tragedy striking 160 to the head. Not able to get the knock just yet, but Makima Peace dealing all the damage one could ask for, as now they're playing a little bit more towards the defensive style.
Yeah, they were playing that offense, dealing that damage, and now they're slowly backing off, not realizing it ain't worth it to kind of play a bit of aggression, back off, gain some health, getting in towards that box, as they can be picked off from either side. You can just see they're playing a bit. Now we'll go over to Ego Drill. They're doing the same thing, bossing up. They're going to be engagement. There's an elimination from them. We're going to pick as that staying boxed up, going to be a more on the aggressive side. Will it pay off? We have to see for itself.
As the zone pulls in, the river is certainly going to be a hindrance to a lot of teams, as it's going to be hard to make it comfortable to reposition over it. As we do see the shields replenishing. Certainly going to be good for a couple teams. However, you look towards Motion, Sassy, Getty, both of them, all three in a really rough spot. Sassy in zone, down, Tragedy striking them, as now they're going to have to just leave them to die. The teammate of Sassy having that 1v2 now. Geno hitting towards the high ground.
And this is very dangerous. That 2v1 is not looking good for them. If they can't get their teammate, they have to leave him behind and hope that the teammate can clutch it up, as Geno looks like his structure is being damaged a bit, as they're looting up, reloading for a bit, getting themselves a bit prepared to see if there's anyone going to be coming, shooting at the wall a bit. No dice there.
Looking good as we look towards the high ground. Both players just trying to bide their time. But as we take a bit of a look, the storm going to be heavy, damaging these players in the bottom left, as there's going to be a lot of kills coming off, capitalizing on the storm's aggression. As now it's going to be Ego Drill trying to make their way up towards zone. Who has the knowledge of the mats? Nobody knows, but it is certainly going to be Funkleton. We saw them at the very start of this game. Haven't seen them too much since, but they're going to be alive and ready to be in this zone, right? We see it pulling close to them. But as the storm gauges even closer, they're going to have to make the reposition sooner rather than later, as they have to leave the shield replenisher behind, as now the Tones just trying to have some builds, giving them pressure to be relieved. But yep, they're going to be able to, they're going to get to the side of this building. This is a phenomenal position for them. Up towards the side, we see Snake going to be on the high ground, possibly looking to make contention. These two are definitely in the lead for who's going to be the easiest to find a win here, right? They have the high ground. This is going to be so nice for them. Beyond that, the building is getting overwhelmed, and that could possibly be something that could really give these teams a little bit of a displeasure. As if you are on this building, it could be really rough. Oh my god, they go towards the sky. A high-risk, high-reward play seems to be paying out.
It very does. You can see they're on top of the building, so they probably have a great view advantage, know what they're doing, looking to pick off as many teams as they can. This team might be the one that might take it all if I had to make a couple of predictions, but we have to find out. You can just see Snake, they're trying to attack a little bit of the side, being attacked themselves. You can see trying to get more positioning, setting up some more placemats. He might have a bit of a trouble here, as they can't also be picked off themselves.
It's certainly seeming great for Snake and their teammate, as there's 46 damage applied, looking to keep the pressure online, but somebody coming out of the zone, trying to get them done, but they have to reload. Snake unable to capitalize on the flight. And now, as the zone keeps on closing, it is going to be the teammates both dropping down. Motion Ruski going to have to be playing a little bit tough, as you do seem to be having the idea that they might be out of mats. They're playing very conservatively with how they're achieving their mats done. 6-7 star trying to get something done, but it gets taken down. There's the star offline. It's all up to Justin trying to get out. We've seen them before.
Oh, he's in trouble.
Oh my
he's in
god,
trouble.
flipping the ramp.
Oh, that's a tough break for him. Tough break for him. Motion Ruski. He has a silver revive, but it's not gonna cave. It's not gonna do it. Oh, tough break for Motion Ruski. Snake and his teammate are gonna take it.
Snake, we saw them on the high ground earlier with the metal floors being built up. Nobody had any contesting potential for them. We haven't seen them a whole ton this game, but obviously when it comes down to it, at the very end, they make their presence known and find victory in game number 1.
Just tough break for so many of those teams. You, like I said, Snake and his team had the high ground. They had everything going for them, and it was just like not, in their nick of time. I really thought that most of the time that they were really going to have something between 6-7 and all these other teams. Like we said, Flucklington had everything going, but he got eliminated as well. And then you saw Snake trying to pick off teams from that high ground, going everything they can to make it pay off, and that's why they got that win in that first game.
It's looking great for them as we'll see what they can find game number 2, but certainly the points you're going to be collecting up, definitely dropping everyone down. I mean, wow, it's great. Obviously, this game is going to be one that they will not want to forget as how this is going to be working. I just found it. There's 5 drops. Lowest scoring drop is removed from the total. So certainly if you're Snake, they're not removing this one from their total. And yeah, it's looking really good for them. You gotta imagine. And yeah, we'll see what they can get. But we're gonna be giving y'all this right now, right? The V go and see it now. VHEL.com/ESC Nationals. This is the website you all must go to, as this is certainly going to be a tournament you're not going to want to forget. You're not going to want to miss, as the Nationals coming up in June in Orlando, going to be where all these teams are clashing. But we're going to head to a quick little break. Make sure to stay tuned. Right after this, we'll come back with game number 2. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are joining you once more here at the VHEL for game number 2 within the Fortnite Championship qualifier for the ESC. This is a big game ahead of us, as we already are going to be watching a couple teams come out on top for sure. We look towards the Snake, obviously, Snake 21.07 as a major playmaker in game number 1. Being able to find the championship, or not, yeah, I guess the number 1 victory royale, and already Justin is going to be able to find a knockdown of their own, looking to thirst the blood as soon as possible, taking their first blood.
Already off to a good start. You saw Justin try something. He's going to try and also play more aggressively, and he gets 2 eliminations, so he is trying to make a name for himself. Looking goes to the area. He gets about 32 damage, gets about 30, trying to knock that player right out of the sky. So it seems like Justin himself is already trying to get a hot start in this second game.
Definitely looking good for Justin. Is being able to start off this hot definitely does go to show the prevalence that they do have in terms of being able to take themselves to the top of the kill leaderboard by the looks of it. Some players do have that 1 kill already, but getting to the 2 mark, definitely not the easiest thing in the world. Funklington, obviously, they had a strong game number 1. Not as nice as one would have initially hoped for, obviously. All teams are looking for that victory royale. However, being able to come top, I believe, top 5 or so, did have a lot of effect on their placement points, one would have to imagine.
Yeah, I think it will, because now you're in the second game. Now you have a bit more understanding of what's going to happen, how to play a bit differently, as we see Funklington drop from what I believe would be I can't remember the name of it, but he seems to be in the Hollywood side of the map, as he's looking to get some materials, looking to go out to the trees a little bit. As Battlewood, there we go, it's Battlewood Boulevard. I knew it. As take a look at the zone, most of the teams, some of them are hanging out outside of the zone. Tip Top, Terrence, Wonky Land, and Rip Ties seems to be the key areas that some of these teams are at. Now we are over at SW. I'm really bad at pronouncing names, so excuse me if I butcher some of these players' names. They're looking to get some materials. Hopefully, no kills as of yet, as we saw only Justin who got those first 2 right off the bat. Looks like some of these teams are playing a bit more of the passive side, trying to see what's going on.
As we look towards Swifty, going to be taking a bit of a look. Shots coming on in, third party nice, but unfortunately breaking down doesn't seem to be an option, despite them attempting to perchance go for it. Throwing over some shield potions, giving away their location. Shots go a little bit wide as are able to connect a couple. The shotgun going to be able to get a little bit of damage in as well. Swifty having a bit of damage applied to them, trying to get full box. Going to be doing it to their opposition, but it won't matter. There's the knock, as that is also Snake, I believe, collecting the kill.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Snake coming in already, showing his dominance, as he's going to be up on top. Lots of teams limited, as we got Easy Land, Aim. We're going to also, he gets elimination. Also is going to pop maybe a bit of shield for a little bit. Player knocked down by his teammates, going to res them. That's always a good sign to res his teammate. He doesn't want to be put in that 1v2. So now he's going to box up Snake. Snake is going to get out of there. Snake trying to do a little fakey, trying to bait him out of that box predicament that Easy Land is in.
See how they do end up playing out the rest of the fight. As Easy Land Aim gonna be hit with a little bit of pressure, forced into a bit of a desperate situation. Chokehold upon them is now going to be in a 1v1, trying to get something done. It will be Snake having the loot, gonna be able to gather it up, seeming to reposition out as soon as they're able to pick that up. Now gonna be able to get the edit on the wall on the other side. Still picking up more loot, looking to just gather themselves. The resources are nice. Is now Snake going to look to just possibly give them an opening to escape, as they want to reposition themselves. Oh no! They fake the reposition as they put a floor above them. That's going to give their opposition the audio cue that they leave. And that could give Snake the ability to just, yep, there it is.
Oh! Ooh! That was too clean. I'm sorry, I was too clean. He faked with the repositioning. He saw like he said he was like this. I'm gonna fake them and let them think that I'm going to reposition myself. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sneak up on him and get that kill. As we go over to Sassy, they were eliminated in that first game, looking to redeem themselves. They're sticking around a little bit. Has the person in the air, gets about 35 damage of shield. That may get them a little bit. Now they got 19, looking for that knockdown, but they are going to backpedal out. Now they're being positioned, have the 2v1 in the favor. They got to get it out. No, excuse me. It's a 2v1 in favor of Sassy. This might help them out in the long run, but they're going to still apply a bit more of that pressure. Going over to them a bit. Sassy's going to try to reposition himself, looking to maybe flank them for a bit. Let's see how that pays off for them.
It's definitely looking as if this flank could be nice. 36 damage, so it's going to apply with the headshot coming on in. The rifle going to be able to apply a bit of pressure, but we look towards the player flying on in. Will be teammates trying to get something done. However, they're repositioning out, executing the maneuver to leave the battlefield. However, looking to follow up, it is going to be the glider out in the open.
I don't know if that's a good idea to kind of play chase a bit, but if you see if you're Covenant, you have the 2v1 in your favor, then you might have it. As Sassy looks to be boxing up, a little bit of cracking in the 90s just a bit. Hopefully you can see what they're doing. Going to edit as that storm briefly clones in. They're going to have it. They're going to hang out in the storm. I don't know if it's a good idea, but they're trying to go for that kill. I don't know if that's a good idea to hang out in that storm, though.
We'll have to see what the end all does become, as there's a bit of damage coming on in, bringing them up to a bit of a rough spot. Sassy in a rough position, to say the least. Having the pressure applied, tick damage from the zone. Gonna be looking a little bit like this could possibly be the kill, but oh no, the floor gets sedated. As now they up towards the high ground, looking to get 67 damage on line. Boxing up. Still, though, going to be trying to get something done. They know that the time is ticking, needing to get some refresh on the heels. As both players, let's say, kill or be killed scenario. Either way, likely both will die. But it seems as if Sassy going to be looking to get out with their life intact. However, that might just be the killing blow, as they're going to be out in the open, ready to be annihilated. But it will just be a little bit of damage to be applied. No finishing blow. But right as they're about to land, Sassy gets taken down.
Tough break for Sassy. He had everything going, but was not going to make this. He's not going to stick that landing. And that's the thing. Like I said, I don't think it was a smart idea to stay in that storm for a very long time. I know that you want to get that kill. I know it seems very obvious chance to have that kill, but if you're in that storm, you want to get away from that as far as possible, unless you're very confident that you have it. Now we have FAL Timmy trying to play a bit as they're hanging out in the storm. Looks for that jetpack. We're going to reposition them to get out of it, as they are playing catch up with that storm, boxing up just for a little bit. I think they're being confident enough to at least play for a bit. No, they're going to jump out with the wingsuit, looking to reposition to get out of it. They do. As Timmy heads over to get some slurp, maybe some shield. No, instead he's not going to. He's going to go for that med kit, actually. Now he's going to box up and pop that med kit.
As med kit gets popped, we are going to be looking at the zone coming online sooner rather than later. So they're going to be going for the slurp canisters. Both players able to achieve it. And now as they just going to look to get into the zone. See what they do find. Right now, though, the repositioning comes online. The jetpacks are nice. Whether or not they're going to be able to get this crate without being disturbed, that will be to be determined. Shooting into the box, making sure that they are uncontested, and it does seem as if that is the case. Nobody going to be close, as they do get an extra level shotgun. Now just utilizing this pressure coming on in. It's a white player, as they're going to be down, and they could possibly give them something to work with without the shields, but unfortunately the repositioning does come online. Possibly just going to be looking good, trying to find the player who is in the air, but it does seem as if they are going to be out of luck.
Out of luck. They almost had the down, but it looks like they got bailed out by that repositioning. As we're going to head over to Motion Risky, see how they are going. I do hear some gunshots as they seem to be. Oh, they have a player down a bit, and Motion Risky does get an elimination. Picks up a shotgun, has a chug jug, looking to maybe Not going to go for that self-revive. The last time, if they thought about it, realized it was not going to work out in their favor, as they're going to pop a Chug Jug, looking to hang out just a bit inside that zone. Zone is closing around. It's nearly closing on 4 fields, getting a couple of shield damage. Has 51, down to 33, as he's soon at nothing but wood.
Working the map, it is going to be the Chug Jug in hand, likely to be dropped on in. A couple mushrooms to be able to get a little bit of extra healing online, staying healthy. As we are just going to be able to watch the map, both of these two teams that we're kind of contesting each other. Gonna just let them play for themselves. Lots of teams out of zone. It's a much smaller end game than we saw last game, as only, I believe, 10 teams are remaining at this point. Bit of an engagement to be coming on out. Lots of bricks to be built up, but the third party coming out from behind, able to relieve some pressure by boxing up. However, both players still just going to look to fight on in, having control over the roof, editing it in. However, it gets repositioned instantly, going to be recovered by the enemy sitting in Wake. It is still going to be a little bit of a good scenario for them, as they are playing on top. Lots of opportunities to be shot from behind. However, it does seem as if both players are going to be realizing that, putting up some walls behind them to be able to fortify their recovery. But right now, it is just going to be a little bit of a waiting moment, right? The zone's coming in sooner rather than later. And this team sitting in Wake, turtling down, going to have to be the ones to reposition first. Still, though, they want to play aggressive, looking to get something done. It is going to be this aggressive stance, as it's going to be looking good. Zone comes in, but the good damage to be applied.
Caleb has something. He thought he was trying to go for that finishing blow to end it off early with the storm damage help, but now as he pops a couple of medkits, now we head over to Christmas Gear trying to get out of the zone, out of the storm, but they are fighting for their life, as we see multiple teams trying to get out of the storm in the bit. We have FAL, Timmy, and G trying to rush out of the storm. Good idea. Meanwhile, you have a couple players who are just hanging around in the storm. That is Caleb, and Caleb is going to be eliminated. Very tough break. Galaxy going to pop that wingsuit, head over towards that storm. Hopefully he does not get shot down. I would not be in that scenario if I were him.
It's tragic. Really don't want to have to be in the air. You're a sitting goose, as now they're in the water, having a shield pop right on the Galaxy game. Gonna be taken down. Gamer Girl, we look towards their positioning. We've seen them before. We know they have a lot of potency in regards to how they're able to kind of find damage on their opposition, but as they aren't going to be able to collect that loot, they are just going to have to wait in their current base. And they
you saw that. Yeah, you saw one of the Gamer Girl's teammates doing the same thing that Snake did the last time, and faking with the repositioning to kind of give their their opponents a false sense of security. You saw Gamer Girl peeking out outside, looking to see who was coming up there. Didn't go for that shot though to try and get a couple of damage points in.
Looking good, as we are going to be seeing the gameplay taking effect, as all of these teams now going to be hurled in such a small zone. This is really where it gets volatile. One mistake can cause your life. Bit of engagement. Geno down. Gonna be bursted immediately.
Yep, that was a Geno just obviously not going to pay out for them in the favor. Now we see two teammates pop in some shield. They have a bit of a chug jug. They are going to use the chug just for a little bit, as one of them hands it over to their teammate. As we can just see right now, the numbers are thinning. Some teams still hanging inside the zone, as the zone does move over there. Crayon Muncher is going to head over there. Meanwhile, a bit of engagement. Gamer Girl in trouble, does take a bit of damage. They're trying to get out of it. They do have the wingsuit at their disposal. Gonna pop a bit of a small pot there to regain some shield.
We have two teams in the zone currently. As we look towards this pressure being mounted, as having this high ground can be such a strong positioning for you. As the point as well, not going to be taken, as nobody's going to want to drop in something like that. Snake, we're witnessing their reign, right? They've been the current champion so far. Will they be able to make that go towards a second win? That will be the determining factor on if they'll be able to make that qualification go their way. But as of now, they still do have a lot of leeway, right?
Yeah, I think they do. They do have a lot of leeway. They do have a target on their back as they are the leading champion in terms of that. Now they're gonna go into that wingsuit, look to get a bit of repositioning. Let me go for the higher ground. But you can see they're not staying in the air for that long. They don't want to make themselves a huge sitting duck by being out and exposed with that. You saw him kind of playing low to the ground a bit as he's gonna box up a bit, get some more high ground. As he does have a the opponent there is gonna do a rotation a little bit, shoot at some bricks, kind of to at least knock that wall off its hinges.
Looking to try and get a little bit of damage onto this opposing box, stealing some pressure. Lots of players spraying right on in, not able to find any connections. Instead, they connect boxes, switching up some ammo positioning, distributing it equally. And as of now, Snake is just going to be looking to possibly reposition out of the box, trying to get further into zone. Perchance that might be the play that they want to go for. Connecting into another box, going to have another room to play with. We'll see what they do end up finding over here, but as of now, it has just been both these two players at such a strong position. The zone is going to be significantly pulling towards them. We'll see what they can find as of now.
Yeah, I think they're planning to at least sit back as we go over to Flunklington. Flunklington trying to redeem themselves as they might have to. Shooting and trying to do a bit of a warning shot as he looks to rebuild, looking to add a little bit. And he's going to just sit there for a little bit, hoping to see what they can do. You see how much Snake has a target on his back. You know, we see one player, it's User, who is a bit of a trouble going to edit. Now they're inside the storm. They do get out of it, looking to find that person. Gonna pick at the wall a little bit. Now they have something there. They do get 98 damage, and they do get elimination. I think that was from his teammate, I believe.
Electing to be able to play towards the zone, looking to dance around, keeping pressure offline. As nobody's going to be really significantly looking towards this direction, as we can kind of look towards where everyone is. Christmas gear as well, flying straight on to the engagement. As now, zone gets pulled once more. Muckham and Peace, we saw them game one. They were really, really strong. They were able to show their prevalence this time. They're going to be building up to the high ground. Pressure gets applied. Going to be having this cone to be able to relieve some pressure in case the wall does get broken off. But right now, they're just going to drop the Chug Jug into action. Not sure what the HP does look like, but you got to imagine if they're electing to drop in something like this, it could be bad. Right now, Snake right on top of them. Looking to go for the high ground. Similar situation as what we saw last game. Whether or not Muckham and Peace is going to try and contest, that's to be determined. But as of now, you really have to kind of elect the idea that they aren't going to opt in for too much aggression. As of now, though, there's the fight coming online. Muckham and Peace going to look to possibly back off as they are going to be connecting their own build, not allowing their opposition to be able to edit this floor.
Yeah, you saw there, Snake a bit, had to go for the higher ground. They're doing the same thing that they can. You see Muckham and Peace playing a bit of a cat and mouse, a wait and see, trying to bait their opponent into making the mistake. Very, very ideal strategy to kind of give your, not to give your opponent, but to kind of bait your opponent into making that mistake so you can get that kill.
Out, it is going to be Ego Dill being in a little bit of an uncomfortable position right there, sitting right on this rock. And it does seem as if they are going to be exposing themselves to the elements. As now, Washed Kiwi, we looked at them. We saw them last game really as a playmaker. Somebody who was able to take kills consistently despite very unfortunate finishing. This time, however, I believe this is the first time we've even been able to see them. And they are already boxed up. Shotgun to their teammates as they look to significantly get taken back. Maybe it wasn't their teammate. Not sure what that was. But they are down. Down for the count. It's going to leave Wash Kiwi trying to fight more likely than not. Editing the wall. Going to be giving them more places to play with. Finding the knock. Looking to finish low.
I was going to say the opponent that Kiwi was going after had that self-revive, but not in the nick of time, as I have 30 PR, so I was going to take damage a little bit, going to box up, pop that mini kit. Sorry, not a mini kit, mini pot, excuse me, as he do it once again, trying to at least damage. He might have the 1v2, don't know where his teammate is in for just a little bit, so he might be in a 1v2 scenario as Crayon Muncher looks to do a bit of damage, tries to go over the high ground, might got a bit of damage as he's looking to target some other players, has the high ground just a bit, creating some platform for himself, maybe trying to do what Snake did a little bit as he drops down. Smart idea, as you could just see him hovering over a player, maybe trying to get the drop on them.
I don't believe that was a smart idea. I believe that was them out of mats as they drop 80 damage, 104, looking to get the connection to the kill, but they will be knocked down. carelessness takes place as now Cran Muncher
Oh,
is going to be losing their life. Rest Peace. What can they get done? They're in zone, looking to dance their way on out. Chug Chug available, connecting with their teammate. We see both players together now. Looking to be able to play 2v1s, not going to have to be isolated from each other, is now opting in. Ego Dill just keeping the high ground alive for themselves. Getting knocked down. Pyramid keeps them alive. Still, though, this high ground uncontested. As Ego Dill gonna have to possibly go up down sooner rather than later. Seems as if they are running well in match. Yep, there's the confirmation. There's a red triangle in our wake. Dropping down, trying to make the contested, but that was a lot of damage applied. There's the kill. Is Ego Dill gonna be dropping to the zone? Tragedy strikes. However, Reze Peace gonna make the confirmation. There's the kill. Reze Peace, your champions of game number 2.
such a bad take, such a bad take for Ego Deal. I saw what he was, trying to do, trying to go for that one, go for that bit of a high ground. That's always very risky to go for that high ground because you are pretty much exposing yourself when you do that. You saw Snake in that first game try to do it, try to repeat it that time, paid the price for it, and now you saw Ego Deal also trying to repeat that. We're seeing a lot of these teams trying to do that, and while having the high ground is a good idea, you do expose yourself for a little bit. I want to see maybe in game 3 that these teams kind of play low to the ground, going to keep themselves a bit hidden because a lot of these teams, when you're in that high area, we saw somebody using that wingsuit to get a bit of high, a bit of the air, but not working out in the fair. They got sniped out of that sky.
XP, FRNK, Storm Green, the champions of game number 2. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to keep that alive. Gotta give credit where credit is due. Cran Muncher and Ego Dill, both players with excellence in their performance on game number 2. Game number 1, we didn't see as much coming in from either of them, but it certainly came through in full fashion game number 2 as they secured the victory. Really got to give them credit for it, as the ESC definitely has a lot of teams that are able to make the championship, but it's just going to be a question of which one will be able to make the victory. Now, if you want to see who's going to be able to make it, who will find their victory, go to the vhel.com/ESC Nationals page, and we will see you all right after this break. See you next time. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with you for game number 3. We're halfway done our evening, and it's seeming as if things are really starting to heat up. We've gotten 2 champions. Nobody's been able to stay at the top, but it's been showing that there's talent pleathered everywhere. As we're getting straight on in, game number 3 is upon us, and I don't know. Kenzo, who do you think is going to be able to take the championship this time?
I'm not good with predictions. You can't don't rely on me for predictions. I'm not Smitty. I'm not a prediction master. But in all seriousness, it's very hard to say. You know, like there really is no edge as we just see an elimination. As I was saying, you know, it's very hard to get an advantage an advantage or a clear idea who's going to really win it. You know, the first game it was Snake, and then the second game it was another team. So I think anything goes from here on out. You know, it's game 3. Anything goes. I think a lot of these teams do have a fair shot at winning it all.
Really does seem as if anybody's going to be able to take the win. I think realistically, we saw a lot of players being able to show a lot of promise. I think that, however, this time, I'm going to go ahead and predict that Sazi's going to be able to show us a victory, right? We've seen them constantly being able to be on the top. This time, I think they might have it in them. We'll see whether or not that's going to come to fruition. Obviously, though, everyone has that opportunity to be able to find the victory. However, look at this peeking coming on in, sitting towards the peak of the roof as they're going to be able to drop straight on down. Looking to not necessarily fight this engagement right away, sticking to the bush, and what they're going to be able to find will just be a debate on whether or not they'll get the win. Gamer X Princess, however, we're just going to back off completely.
I saw what Gamers was trying to do. Go look for that peek, catch that opponent off guard, and hide in that bush. And you can see they're kind of backing up, taking a look at the map. Lots of teams spread out so far, as I think that's Riv Dog trying to set something up, as he is a bit of an engagement. Trying to get a bit more resources, looking to surprise his opponent. Walking around, I say not walking around, crouching around, as trying to get a bit of a peek to see where his opponents are. And that's the thing, you know, a lot of the times we've seen these players kind of peek around the corner, catch their opponents a bit off guard, as they can't really get a good angle on where their opponent is, trying to get a bit of that high ground as we're heading in, as we continue on with this game 3.
We look towards this sneaky positioning being found. Rivdog possibly just going to look to find somebody being a little bit too careless. However, whether or not they're going to be able to make that connection in time to be determined. Obviously, though, in game number 3, you've already picked off 2. If you had a bad game 1, you're allowed to get rid of it. If you had a bad game 1 and a bad game 2, one of those is sticking. But if you really can't make it work here, it really is going to be a rough spot to be in, right? This is the game number 3. We've reached the halfway point, and if you're on any of these teams, this is where the pressure really is going to start to be collapsing upon you, as you can't lose here, right? This is exactly when it gets the brightest. If you're losing game number 5, you already know qualification isn't really a possibility for you. That's an okay situation, but this is the last game where it really could be anyone's game to win.
Yeah, I think at this point we're past the point of no return. This is where you have to start at least clutching up, start to at least, you know, not make as many mistakes. You know, don't play a bit risky in this game 3, because it's pretty much do or die if you want to qualify for that. And if you don't, then you are pretty much not, then your dreams are pretty much dead.
Yep. We are just seeing easy land aim. They were a big playmaker game number 2. We saw them being able to show dominance. Game number 3, it seems as if we'll be getting a... However, it is just going to be a to be determined on what they will inevitably be able to find. Just kind of playing these builds, looking to find their next target. However, the sights don't seem to be set on opposition just yet. Instead, they are going to be able to find one out on the outskirts of the desert. They have that mobility, allowing them to be able to follow up with those early AR shots. However, a great read from the them as they instantaneously go towards their opposition, who just flies away so carefully.
That was actually a good idea. Get in the way. Then you can see EasyLand chasing right after him, trying to play aggressive, going for that kill. They have the one-on-one in their favor as they're looking to at least build some. Amen. There is the kill from EasyLand right on cue. No effort required.
Giving them an extra piece of points, and as they pick up one more, we'll see what they can get up next, as Easy Land Aim has been a player who's really been showcasing that prowess in terms of being able to develop kills throughout the match, and whether or not they're going to be able to continue, that will be to be determined. But as of now, it certainly seems as if the answer shall be a resounding yes, as they've been consistently in the forefront of this game, being able to deliver blow after blow, showing how they can be such a dominant force within the Battle Royale.
Yeah, they are showing their stuff out here, wanting to make that qualifier. No, they didn't get lucky in the first 2 games, knowing that he has to clutch up. Excuse me, they have to clutch up in this 3rd game, and I think that's what we are about to see as we take over to Geno, who may be getting into a bit of a gunfight. They're actually boxed up with their teammate. So this is going to be a bit of a strategy, a bit of idea, just to see where they are going to edit. Maybe go up top there, bit of a gunfight, trying to get that opponent. They do get 24 damage off that, another 24 from the wingsuit in towards the air, as Geno doing a bit of chase at the moment, or maybe backing off a little bit to regain some health. Yes, they are. They're going for that mini pod and maybe trying to get a bit of break so they can pop it.
As Geno looking to make some connections, as the fights have been good for everyone in regards. They get a bit of a loot up, medkit possibly to be picked up. Do they care for the healthiness? Yep. They're going to replace the shield with the HP bars, and we'll see what they can get now, as it is just going to be Geno looting up around this airfield base. I don't know. I think Geno certainly does have that possibility to be able to find a win. Not many teams around them. Only going to be a couple players lingering throughout.
Yeah, a couple players lingering throughout there as Caleb playing risky once again with the flight. So as he got hit out of the air, Caleb's gonna fight there. He needs to land quickly. Yes, he does. He will pick up some shotgun ammo. Always needed in those scenarios, especially if you are carrying the shotgun. He's gonna help top. Oh, he's just got saved by the box up. He's still taking damage from him. I'm gonna pop a couple of medkits there. Whoever that was, they're playing so much aggressively, trying to get in there. They're gonna pick at that wall for a bit. As you can see, Caleb is going to take a bit of damage. Hopefully they can make a play. Gets 28 off there, and Caleb is going to get eliminated.
Working, coming through, as it's gonna be the Dark King Kid securing another kill for themselves. Geno on 3, Easy Land Aim, a player who is really in the forefront so far within this qualifier for the ESC, getting taken down in game number 3, 5 eliminations going their way. However, being taken down, certainly a tragedy. Robot Destroyer going to be dropping in, but oh no, the HP just faltering so heavily, forcing them onto the edge. But there's the knockdown, as that will be the Robot Destroyer down and needing the resurrection. It seems as if they might have that thirst on the line. However, yep, there it is. Gonna look to loot it all up, as there's a med kit there that will give them all the HP they were desperately looking for, as well as the mobility to be added on. Christmas gear dropping down low HP. Not sure if we can get a bit of a gander towards there, but it certainly is looking as if there's a lot of players picking off like flies right about now.
Yeah, you can see everyone in that area just dropping like flies. Christmas gear, obviously in trouble there. Maybe he needs to pop a med kit or shield. Look for his teammate in that scenario. Over to Zolobot, as they're looking to take that high ground again. He's a little bit, gets instantly met with some flyer. They box up and pop some med instantly. I don't think Zolobot was expecting that.
Going to try and make something go their way. As the damage applied, Zolobot gonna be in a rough spot. We look towards how honestly, this might be a great strategy, right? Using the skin of somebody who is seen super powerful, Gonna possibly let the rest of the team say, oh, we don't want to fight them, but unfortunately it is all just going to be a misdirection. Utilizing the medkit, gonna get that all done and dusted. Just looking to kind of pile down wood towards the bottom. Nobody's really applying too much pressure onto them. Instead, they're kind of biding their time from both angles, looking to try and see out each other's mistakes. And it does seem Zalabot is going to be able to back off, at least for the time being. The knock does come online, looking to follow up. HP starting to drop. 144, a phenomenal shot to the head. As now Zalabot's still going to have to find the resurrection. The audio cues will be there as soon as they go for it. But oh no, there's the engagement striping them of anything they would have possibly liked to get done. And that'll be another kill going over.
Yeah, another kill for FAL. Obviously having something cooking for them in the nick of time. Now it's just a matter of time of who is going to make that mistake, as we see Chaos Dunsun possibly spying over the player, gonna peek over that. Him and his teammate having the high ground just a bit. We see a lot of players going for that high ground, as I think Snake in that first game kind of set the tone of that first game, trying to at least pick off his opponent's Chaos Sundun. Not finding a bit anything, switching over to his weapons, playing a bit more back and casual.
See what they can get done as the team of Chaos Sun trying to get something done, as a little bit of damage to be seen right in front of them. Possibly just waiting for the third party to become an availability, striking while the iron is hot. Could potentially be paying out dividends for them, but they are just going to be still holding it tight. Currently, they back off a little bit, looking to head downwards and placing a bit of a spiral towards the low ground. It will just be two players rotating along the opposite side, not trying to play too risky. I mean, it is really a low risk, high reward type situation going this way, is if they can play for the placement points without taking engagement, it really would be a necessity for them to be able to get this placement done. And we'll see what they can make happen over here, but really they're maxing out on wood. We can see it dropping to the floor.
Yeah. You can see it's starting to look very well thin. The teams are dropping like flies. The players are getting thin. As we head over to Flucklington, he is currently on a hot air balloon. Him and his teammate are. I don't know if that is going to pay off for them, as they are in the air, so they are a bit vulnerable.
That really is going to come down to, will somebody be able to find that prediction that people are actually aboard? And it does seem to be the case, as they drop down towards the Hollywood sign, looking to just play towards the height on this mountain. Currently, nobody trying to play the contestant, right? There's going to be a couple players now. However, I was waiting for that to happen. Obviously, when you go up here, you have to be fought for it, and Funkleton's going to be paying the price. They drop straight to the low ground while dropping so many mats in exchange. Tragedy strikes them as they try and make towards height. It's an unfortunate scenario, to say the least. No gain, but all the loss, as now they got to come in from the zone as well.
Yeah, gotta come in from the zone, boxing up just a little bit, and the game's a bit of a gunfire. He's gonna try and rotate out, looking to at least just get some breathing room as he pops a shield. As he does, for the moment, he does have a bit of a breather as he rotates back towards his teammate to see if he can at least snipe, at least pick off a couple players that he may be looking at.
Maybe they are barely sucking. Yeah, they are in the zone, actually. Great spot coming in from them. As now, we look towards Dave Plays, as well as Makama Peace and Reze, both going to be outside of zone. And also, FPL Jax and Jackson, right? Two players outside the zone, which you might think in kind of an initial spot, okay, they're in a bad situation. But realistically, this is not looking bad for them whatsoever. They're going to have a lot of time to be able to play outside. Nobody looking to contest, and the only real problem they're going to be facing is getting within the zone, right? When they have to get there, there's going to be two teams already contesting them for it. However, right now, they're in a great spot to play placement for top 10.
Yeah, I think being outside of the zone is a good idea for them. They're not waiting. They're not actually rushing anything. They could sit in the very back and just watch as these teams pick each other off. The only real threat is actually the storm, but for them, I don't think that is going to be a factor. As we see Makima piece getting pressured from a random team, probably possibly third party, as they start heading up, looking to box in themselves, and maybe looking to head it over to their teammate. Their team really are pretty much the showing stars here, looking to at least try and nab that second game they have, looking to at least double that bag and maybe boost their stats a bit.
Working around the Hollywood sign, it will be Makima Peace along with Reze, both going to be sitting nice and pretty. As the zone pulling out of the current circle, it is going to be Jax. We saw them pushing right towards the bottom side. Jackson going to be hit with a little bit of damage. However, nobody close to being able to contest. Both them and their teammate sitting in zone. Great work coming in from them. Perfect positioning. However, it's a small bit of territory gained. If there's pressure applied from multiple teams, it could certainly put them in a bit of a pincer that could go off their way. The question also does become how many mats do they currently possess. If it's not enough to turtle around, it could become a rough scenario in that regard. It seems as if that is the case, as they're exclusively using the pressure or the cover from the regular nature instead of their own walls. But yep, there they come out. That's at least 10 builds, though. That's a lot of expended utility just to be able to create a little bit of a base.
Yeah, a lot of utilities that I think they're willing to pay the risk for, as long as Justin, oh man, he gets knocked down. The 2v1 is not in the very as Justin Jackson is gonna be limited. It's up to Jax now to try to pick up the 1v2, but he is going to have to work his butt off to secure the win. As we look over to Gino trying to block this up, gonna get some shots and gets 26, some good damage in, playing off, going to reload for a bit, maybe go back into the gunfire to try to pick up some more teams. It's gonna get nothing but the wall.
Currently, we look towards Gino, still going to be possibly looking to break down height. That's there, seeming to be the cornerstone of the hold. Yup, they're going to go for the break instantaneously. Now just got to get the wall. That's everyone done. But oh, as they barely break it down, somebody drops, places the wall, able to keep height alive. Now it's all done and dusted. One player we saw fall. That's about all they're going to get, though. Now in the high ground, playing a very dirty idea of going in. So many players driving around these gliders.
Yeah, driving around those gliders, trying to see what they can, as we see a team boxing up inside the zone. Gino's going to try to break it. Gets about 28 damage. That was probably from his teammate, I assume, as they're going to maybe, his team's going to pop that chug. Gino tries to at least get a bit of height, a bit of sight, as he goes up the hill. Very dangerous. A lot of teams fighting through near the Hollywood sign. Gino's going to have to do something to at least not take as much damage as he can.
The Hollywood sign does seem to be where this zone is closing. And oh, they pick out another. Gino going to be able to get another kill off for him. And now as the team rotating into zone, going to be able to box up instantaneously. Bottom floor gets a little bit of pressure as they are going to have to back up. We see everyone in zone. It's especially good towards Squigs, who's especially taking a little bit of back, but now it's looking rough. Makima Piece as well as Reze Piece both going to be taking a little bit of a gander towards splitting up from each other, but we look towards Reze Piece on the high ground. Great positioning from them. It gives off the same energy as game number one. Player gets left in the zone, able to get right on back. There's a bit of damage applied. Dave able to get a kill, knocking Thurston, going well, looking to get some pressure on the high ground as they move towards the low ground, hitting one with shotgun, able to back up, boxing up, still getting applied pressure, needing to back up, looking to get out, but the damage from above needs a new way to get out of this pressure as they switch to metal builds, able to turtle around, looking to get the heal off, able to have some minis in order to be able to replenish the HP bar, but there is still pressure coming in from above. Shots do come in online. It is going to be Dave Place still sticking around. No teammates, just them trying to get something done.
Yeah, Dave Place is pretty much fighting for his life. He's got so many people on him right now. It's pretty much, he's in a 1v5 scenario, like a 1v2, as he tries to get something. He does have damage. He does get an elimination, so he does have it in his favor. Dave Place tries to loot up on loot, tries to at least get out of the sticky scenario. Gunfire all around him as he pops that med kit, and he looks to break a couple of walls, get some resources, try to get out of that. He's taking so much fire, he's got to get out of there. He's building so fast, he does in the nick of time. Chacho shoots a fire, but he's also going to take damage himself. Day plays, drops down below, he's going to build himself, crank that 99. He's in that storm, gets out of the storm, he's going to pop that mini K, has footsteps all around. You hear that footstep, there's Gino. Oh man, Gino just got in the nick of time. Day plays is going to get eliminated. Tough break for him. It's down to Motion, Ruski, and Gino. Can they clutch it in this game 3?
Motion, Ruski, they've been a significantly stronger player than one would have initially expected this game, but the damage coming in from above, they do have that Chug Jug available if they want to try and drop that in. We see the Light Shield coming online. Both players going to be able to drop them in. Floor comes in above them, able to give them a little bit of leeway. However, as they maneuver themselves through the cascades of this matchup, the storm continuously moving around. Not many players remaining. It is going to be the Chug Jug to get dropped in online. As the pressure still mounts, there's going to be the full isolation from the two of them. As they try and meet up, they're able to get just that happening.
Yeah, they do. Our Motion, Ruski, and Gino have to keep moving. That storm is closing in. It's closing fast. Motion, Ruski, maybe he had something a little bit, but the builds are coming in left and right. Motion, Ruski is going to play off a little bit as we head over to Flucklington. Flucklington is pretty much the last remaining guy as we see Rize Peace trying to at least clutch up one more. Like I said before, they won that second game, looking to go back-to-back for game 3 as Rize Peace goes over, shoots a couple of the builds a bit, trying to at least get that drop hit. Looks for something a bit. Maybe guys got 64 damage. Has another one. Able to knock down Gino. Can he knock down Motion? Yes, he will. They do get the kill. Now it's down to Rize Peace and Flucklington. Flucklington, the 1v2. Oh, wait a minute. They do get the victory royale. I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, that'll do it. Rize Peace, Magma Peace, both going to be able to find victory. As that is a game number 3 done and dusted, finding their victory over the opposition as a very nail-biting end does come to be. Stellar work from everyone, and you really got to give it to these last two players. Usually it'll come down to a 1v1 in the end, but having both your teammates alive in such a healthy position, it really does go to show the absolute stellar performance coming in from each and every individual.
Yeah, I gotta give it to those two. They actually played very well. I thought Gino had it for a moment. Gino and Motion played so well. They picked off each other left and right. You saw Flucklington pretty much fighting for his life, even though he was the last guy. He's been so close to getting that victory. Each time we see him in another game, he's getting closer and closer and closer, but he just can't nab that victory royale.
That is tragedy striking, right? I mean, we've seen both these players before. Reze, Makma, they've been amazing. And now they're finally going to be able to show why they are here, ready to compete for that ESC championship in June. They're going to find their first victory royale, and it's still going to be up to contention who's going to come away tonight with the victory overall. As every time we've seen a different victor, and every time we've seen some new forefront shadow runner able to bring down the lights. As I mean, we've constantly been seeing new players, right? I mean, I didn't even know that the Christmas player was even like before. Like we didn't see them a whole ton in game 1, game 2, but this time we did see them really starting to show up, show out when it counts, when it matters the most. But we're going to go to a quick little break, and while we're on break, make sure to check out the VHEL.com/ESC-Nationals page. That's where you're going to be finding all the information about the National Championship in Orlando in the middle of June. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to stay tuned for game number 4 as we head to the second half of this series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining you once more. Game number 4 is upon us. We've seen all of these teams playing to their heart's content. We did a little bit of a longer break last time. Technical errors came on out, but we are fixed. We are ready, and we are right on track with game number 4 of our ESC qualifier matchups.
Very exciting to see where these teams go as this is game 4, so one team is gonna have to pick up the pressure. Last time Rize and Makima Peace got the dub again. Hopefully they can go 3 for 3, 3 to 3, be the 3-peat, excuse me, and clutch up in this game 4.
All going to come down to who will take that championship, right? Some teams to look out for. The Barra Fortnite roster, 36 points, dropping 16 in game 1, 20 in game number 2. Beyond them, there's also going to be the XP AUG Shadow, 27 points in game number 1, 9 points in game number 2, equaling at 36 as well, tying the Barra Fortnite roster. But it's really going to be up in Adam when you look towards the XP FRNK Storm Black. 38 points, 17 from game 1, 21 from game number 2, showing their dominance. And right below them, the Storm White with 13 and 30 points respectively, putting them at 43 overall. And also the number 1 team within the bracket so far. Right below them is going to be the XP FRNK Storm Green, rocking a 40 points combined from 15 in game 1, 25 from game number 2. So it really is these XP FRNK Storm teams that have been consistently showing dominance respectively with 38, 43, and 40 all on the board. Unfortunately, Storm Red and Storm Blue with a little bit of a lower score, 18 and 0 respectively for each of them, which has been not the greatest showing, but it certainly has the opportunity to be able to come back, make the comeback real. We'll see whether or not they'll be able to make that happen. But as we get on into the game, so far, no real contestants contesting it just yet. It has just been the teams looking to play a little bit more towards the passive side, right? This is where you're really going to look to stack up those placements and really going to have to go for the kills if you're on that lower end of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think you have to, at this point, you're going to have to play a bit more aggressively and not play so much of a passive state, because we've seen a lot of these teams in the first 2 games especially, they were playing so passively and just waiting to see how stuff developed, and it caused some teams too. We saw that before as it's FALG trying to be the aggressor here, getting off a couple hits, some 34 damage up in there, as he, I think, changed the skin, actually. And we see he's trying to at least pick off at least a couple of them. We do have an elimination, I think, early on, as it's Crayon Butcher, Unreal Demon, Gamer Girl, Ghostos, and RE8 all eliminated.
Lots of players dropping like flies, as bit of a contesting as well, as it's going to be Landon HNT trying to get the knockdown. Going to instead reconnect. It's now backing up, getting the spot. It's a 2v1 scenario, as there's the kill. Looking to still possibly just get the loot up. And Stone will be coming in soon, and these 2 players are going to have to back up as soon as they want to really make sure that they're going to have the time, right? You don't want to get lost in the zone. It would certainly be tragic, but it is still that 1 tick. Definitely a lot of opportunity to be able to get right on past it. Nothing that you really have too much to worry about just yet.
Yeah, not too much to worry about. You can take a bit of storm damage, but as the game gets on, you really don't want to be caught in, as Landon seems to want to use that a bit. But we see a lot of players in that storm. Hopefully try to at least get them out. We head over to Crow Sting, if I'm saying that correctly, seeing what they have in store. They do a big engagement with gunfight. They do get the elimination, as this is going to be a bit interesting to see where Crowd Sting plays out from here.
We are just going to be looking towards the Sting, trying to play a little bit more towards the passive positioning. Medkit in stow. Possibly something they're going to look to opt in for, as right now it is just going to be both players taking their chances. We'll see what they can get, but as of now, we haven't seen too much from Crowd Sting. This certainly is a player who needs to be able to get a couple eliminations, get some high placement, make their way on up. Since as there is only 2 more games remaining, this is certainly going to be a really important one for them.
Yeah, it's pretty much a bit of a do or die for them, they don't want to place themselves in there, as we see the reigning champs, Raise a Piece, and his teammate Open. They are fortifying themselves pretty well, I have to say. That is some good building, if I do say so myself. It's pretty much they're hanging out in Loop Labs as Motion, Ruski, and Reese Piece are going after. There is Gino trying to get some damage, does get the knockdown, maybe going for the kill. Yes, he will, and Gino already looking to redeem themselves after that last game.
Gino certainly was a player who was able to put up a masterclass performance so far tonight. Whether or not they're going to be able to keep that up, we will just have to wait and see. But it definitely seems as if this is a player really roaring for that finals placement.
Yeah, playing for that finals placement, see what they can do as Gino takes a bit off, gets some more materials back to put some more placements down. That's a smart strategy. You don't want to be putting yourself in a scenario where you don't have any placements to flank or get around certain areas. Gino doing some more flanking for a bit. See what he could do, get some more materials, as neither one of them are getting a bit of the high ground. Gino sticking very low to it. Like I said, trying to get some materials out of it to try and maybe set up his team to get some higher ground earlier or later on during the match.
Spotting out the enemies, dealing the damage. I don't believe they got the knock just yet, but the follow-up does seem to be there as the rest of the team rolling right on in. That's both players down as soon as possible. And 2 kills instantly swept up.
2 kills instantly swept up. That's good for Gino and them. Want to get them points in that so they can at least have a chance to be going to Orlando, as him and his teammate try to get that, but they do have the wingsuits, so they are going to head back over towards Inner Loop and to possibly get some rotations in as well. But they do actually, they do get damaged a little bit. Might have been a big mistake. They have to pop shield just for a little bit to bring in pressure. However, Gino has to get out of it. He's going to box up for the moment. Great idea to try and at least get himself a bit of the pressure. Tries to flank out. He does have it. He is rocking that shotgun. Do take a bit of damage. He is very much in deep fire. Oh, but the wingsuit is going to bail him out from the fall damage. Oh, never mind. So he's going to get it. Oh, man. Very tough play for him.
Wingsuit ruin the fall damage. However, will not matter. The damage from the air applied. Everyone spurring in shots, raining on in. Able to just force bullets right into the back of the wingsuit, as now it will be Motion Ruski, who is still in zone, possibly looking to drop a wingsuit of their own. Now they will have to climb a little bit of a further path than one would have initially appreciated into zone. We'll see what they can find as we swap over for Mungus as the next person we are going to be able to witness. So far, not a whole lot going on for them. Just sitting behind the tree. Perchance just waiting around, and over towards Sassy. We know they've been very good. I had a lot of hope for them last game. Unfortunately, that hope was met with not a lot of success. This time, however, we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to make something happen. Dropping in a lot of materials just to be able to force a little bit of a pleasurable way to kind of bring themselves into the zone. Not the most pretty, but it isn't the worst in any capacity. As we look towards Sassy, they've been certainly at the forefront of this tournament. Whether or not they're going to be able to keep that up, we will just have to wait and see, as we do hear some pings rolling on out. There's going to be the wingsuit activated as they're instantly dropping it right on down. Unfortunately, I do believe that they saw somebody perchance, maybe. They're dropping a lot of materials in the case that they did see somebody at least.
Yeah, as you said, Sassy has been quite the player in this competition so far. They've been getting very close, but no cigar. They've made a couple big plays, but they haven't quite got that victory royale yet. They've been honestly, they've been hit by a brick wall by some of these better players who have just been reading Sazzy's number.
As we head on in, it's a good game for everyone in regards to how they've been able to play this out. But as of now, the damage coming online.
Oh.
Needing to back up. Sazi, HP is going to be dropped for sure. Backing out, able to jump right on over the fence. As now they instantly go for the heals. Is the follow-up there? Seems as if the answer is no. No shots coming in right about yet. However, they're playing from cover. Looking to get the big pot off. Sneaking over the shoulder. The third-person view going to their advantage. Zone right behind them, as they need to push past, seeming as if their opposition has left them in wait. Oh, they get the spot off, gets the damage done, trying to connect the shots, gets the knockdown. As there's the first, looking for the second, able to get some damage. Do they get the third? That's the question. Getting a lot of extra applied damage to the hot air balloon, but it doesn't seem as if they're able to connect too heavily onto the players themselves.
Yeah, they probably, you just saw as Sazzy, he got a couple shots in there, was able to get the knockdown. Very tough work for him, wiggling around, trying to at least, but he's taking so much damage into the air, but he's able to escape. Almost a very heartbreak for Sazzy. He's going to try to at least box himself in, but it won't matter. He will get taken out.
It's working for absolute perfection, as Sazi going to be able to get something done, but not enough. Tragedy strikes them as they are going to be taken off a line, as now we're getting close to the final zones available to these teams. It's looking good for each and every individual in this lobby, as there is going to be some information to be gathered, but 76 gets hit. There's going to be the wall coming online, going to be looking to get up. It goes for the vertical adjustment as they play towards the high ground, boxing up, looking to get the med kit off, able to get that done. It is still going to be little contention from anybody outside of this engagement, so the third party not going to be here. Instead, Christmas Gear able to get the heal off, and now they want to try and push up, possibly connect to their teammate as they look to try and regain competence.
Yeah, they're looking to regain confidence, probably some shield, some health, as they did take damage from that. They're a bit boxed up, and this is good for them. They are going to, I think, maybe wait it out a bit, or maybe not. They're going to try and get some materials for later on during the fight, and you can just see Christmas Gear surveying his surroundings, maybe going to see what he can do for the little bit. They go up top, looking for something. They do go in, what's now, inside the store, gonna get some materials just for a bit. And this is the thing, you know, you're starting to see a lot of these teams drop like flies, as that zone is eerily close, as lots of players are hanging outside that zone. Over to Caleb now. Caleb has also played well. Speaking of him, he's done very well in this tournament. Got a couple eliminations, a couple placement kills, but they have not clutched that victory royale just yet.
Caleb's coming on in, breaking the cone, looking to get a little bit less knocking on the way. They're not going to try and fake the glider. Seemed as if they might have gone for it as they had the floor above them, but they're able to reposition onto the high ground. Not in the zone, looking to get out, but Caleb still going to have a little bit of a contention as we look towards them fighting on all cylinders. 116, able to edit, reset the floor, replacing it as they know this last player is stuck inside. They get taken down, though. That could have just been the mistake that will cause them this game.
Yeah, I think that was going to do as Caleb gets eliminated. Just, oh, they had that, but I think Caleb, he got faked, and that's what caused that demise. As we go over to Jax, we've seen Jax again play well as he goes to look at a bit of damage because it's about 22. That's all he's going to get. His teammate might be able to help him out for a bit. Gets the mini kit, is going to pop it, then goes back towards that AR for a minute, rotates out, gonna stick a bit near the zone. Playing a bit risky, but it has paid off in their favor just for a little while. Half the wingsuit takes a bit of damage, going to box up very quickly. He immediately recognized that is good play from Jax.
Overzealousness possibly going to be causing Jax a little bit of an issue as they get hit from the side. Going to be forced into the zone. You'd imagine this is going to be around that 5 tick mark. So it really is a situation where the heal off will not favor you more likely than not. They keep biding their time, waiting in wake. Shots go in, able to connect one. That's all they're going to get so far, as they are just going to keep going for the heal off, looking to try and play within the zone. Little pressure going to be applied to them as they're able to get out. How many people start shooting? They need to play around the edge of this zone. They're going to do exactly that. However, they get knocked right on top of themselves. Tragedy for Jax, as there are going to be no chances for them to get out of this position. They drop in the rolls, looking to try and get offline, but there's the finish. There's the Merc. It's Tragedy striking as Justin see what they can get. But as there's a little pressure to be placed on them, they're still in the 1v2s around the whole of the battlefield.
They're going to have to play a bit more passively now that his teammate, now that Jax is down, Justin's going to have to at least do what he can to try and get the dub. As we head over to Easy Land Aim. Easy Land also has played very well. Has been opportunity. He has got the 1v1 in his favor. Looks to try and pick off that team. He's going to pick Ash that wall again. But he's playing too a bit risky. Gets it. Takes some damage. He's going to back out. Box himself in as he pops that mini pot. Gonna go over. Trying to go for a fake. Fakes out just for a little bit. Now it's going to go out for real this time. And head towards away from the storm. Tries to at least gain some of his health back as he pops those two mini kits over the storm.
Zelanda, and we saw them game 2 showing up a lot of dominance, being the kill leader at some points, but now the damage is going to be dealt to them, trying to get on into the zone. Currently, it's going to be a rough situation as little mats do seem to be for them, being very conservative with how they're going online, but you see a lot of the same names we've seen consistently tonight. Ego Dill especially. We see Daniel Dude pushing in, boxing up with their teammate, looking to play together, highlighting this team's cohesiveness. As there's a player right below them, going to look to play passive away from it as they drop to another box.
Yeah, they're playing a bit passively, looking to just wait and see what's going to happen for them. Wants to wait things out. Smart idea. And say here, gunshots are just going around them. They're not going to engage for a little bit. That is a smart idea. Get some materials and play out maybe third party team. If that's their strategy, that could be what they need to get the W. As Daniel Dude breaks a couple walls and he rebuilds it, switches to a metal play. Metal play is, I don't know if they have enough, but it looks like they do, as you could just see they're pretty much riding with the storm there, looking to maybe pick off a couple, 1, 2, maybe 3 teams. You do hear those gunshots, and once again, Daniel Dude is playing just a bit passively along, as well as his teammate.
It's looking good, as we are going to be getting everyone opting in heavily into this last zone. It is going to be pulling straight southwest onto the river. As right now, Makima Peace, we know how they have been able to take the championship last time, getting that #1 victory royale, looking to do the exact same thing, turtling over towards zone, playing from the high ground. Mats seem to be undeliverable as they do run out of metal. But they notice this player on towards the high ground. That might be their next target, as they want to try and confirm that they are going to be the ones possessing height the most.
Yeah, you could just see they're struggling. They're fighting for who has the high ground, as that's what got them the win the last time. And you could just see Makima Peace and Rize starting to at least, they're going to edit a little bit, maybe use the peak. They get the 41. Makima does get that, but can't not get the kill. They're going to go back out, go in the storm, then go right back out of it. They're doing play, they're applying a bit of the pressure. Rize Peace can't get any damage as Makima shoots the wall, looking to break some of that off.
There's the damage coming online. Doing it all, looking to try and keep them on this low ground. However, storm right against their backs. It's a tragic start for them as they have to get out of zone. Oh, the one shot from the top, dealing the damage. We see them unable to get back on in. The champions, the #1 victory royale confirms with the last game, unable to make it happen. Ego Dale picking up the next kill, looking to play the low ground. However, the zone keeps on moving. They do have a little bit of utility as we see this glide pack still available on the low ground. Chug Jug in hand, looking to pull it off. Not going to be repositioning any of their items. Instead, they only utilize the materials. They have a little bit left on the line. Ego Dill sticking to the low ground. Oh, but it's still tragic as the high ground ground completely overtaken. Ego Dill, no pressure from height, still going to be able to maneuver themselves back on over. They have to go towards the water. Gets boxed up once more, but not enough materials by the looks of it. Still going to have to transfer all the way up towards metal now as the zone moves on in. Ego Dill having players right on below them. Now they transfer over, sticking towards the western side of the zone. Ego Dill trying to get this prediction that somebody's going to cross in from zone. Nobody comes over. They have to make the play. They have to rotate in. Zone deals a lot of damage. They can't afford any of it. As there's a player right below them, they know that they're going to have some kind of play ready. 111, there's the kill. Oh, Ego Dill picks up another, dealing the damage. Daniel, dude, this is a new player we haven't seen too much of tonight, but they're going in. There's the damage applied, but they go in, breaking, unwavering confidence.
Oh my
There's
God.
the kill.
Oh no, Daniel, dude! My goodness, he is going to get taken out. What a game from everyone. You saw Eagle Dill take out the #1 champions. Then you saw Daniel Duke got to at least just in the nick of time. And then it was the last one. Daniel Duke just didn't see. If he looked towards that ray, he might have saw it. But the quick reaction from the other player is what got him that victory.
Tragedy for Daniel as they're going to be found out as soon as they kill that third place player. Oh my God. Amazing game number 4. A nail biter to the very end. Stellar work from everyone involved on the action. But it just goes to show, right? They took a bit of a break, a little bit longer than what we usually see, but they still come out on top. A #1 victory royale goes to another player. Nobody is keeping up dominance tonight. It is still anyone's game to be able to find victory royales, and I can't wait to see what comes in the 5th and final game.
Yeah, I have to say, at this point right now, this is do or die for everyone right now. You can't make any mistakes. You can't play so passively, because that has been a lot of times we've seen. Yeah, you can play passively in the first 2 games, maybe 3 if you want to go even that further. But now that you're in this final game 5, you can't make any mistakes. You have to lock in. And so many teams with these high points right now are gonna go all out.
Absolutely. We're heading straight on in. Game number 5 right ahead of us. But before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you check out that VHEL.com/ESC-Nationals page. That's going to be where you will find all the information on the ESC down in Orlando in the summer. So make sure to stay tuned for game number 5 as we're going to head to a quick little break, and we'll be back right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Final games upon us. We have all these teams here ready for their finale as ESC's qualifier is coming to an end for the Fortnite season. We have one more game, Game 5, right here, right now. We'll see who's going to come away with the end.
Yeah, very excited. This is do or die, win or take all. As XP Frank Storm White leading with 74, followed by XP Og Shadow with 69, and CBC Esports with 54. That's just the top 3 teams looking to make a name for themselves, as it all comes down to who is going to head to Orlando for the ESC Championship.
Great stuff coming on in as we're looking towards already having a little bit of an engagement per chances. Yep, there's the kill. Tree Family picking up 1, and then I'll give them a team wipe off the rip.
Already off the rip. This is, usually see quick eliminations right out the ghetto, excuse me, as T Family, he got what they needed to get those 2 kills. And like I said, this is game 5, so a lot of these teams are going to pretty much show their true selves, their best of selves, who is going to take it all. And the question comes down to what mistakes are going to happen and what team's going to take advantage of them.
Really is just being able to capitalize on mistakes, being able to find your marks. That's what these two are looking for from T Family and their teammate, and they're able to make it happen as soon as possible, securing 2 kills to get them an extra couple points going into the final round. Necessity that is to be able to get these kill percentage points, and they're actually going to be able to find some more people.
Yeah, those people hanging out in that lower area of the labs have been ACT Family going to build some more platforms, trying to at least get a peek inside that area just for a bit. T Family playing a bit smart there, playing a bit passive, as Makima Peace and Rizzy Peace, who were the champions of the 2 last games, going to at least see if they can redeem themselves in this final game.
That really is just looking like they have that potential, but whether or not they're going to be able to really prove that, that's going to be what we'll see right here on the Battle Royale Island. But as of now, they're just going to be waiting in wake.
Waiting in wake just for a bit to see what they're doing. Kind of gathering a bit of materials, a little ammo, some health kits, some mini pot shields, whatever they can find in that tunnel for a bit. As you could just see, they're chilling around for a little bit, and this is kind of a bit of a smart idea, as now that they got a bit picked off, now they want to at least make sure that they are not looking a bit lacking in that department, because you do know that our team's looking to pick you off from the hill. You don't want to be third party in a really game 5 like this.
It really seems as if third partying is going to be what will lead to a lot of these teams' demise, as when you get too tunnel visioned, like you're really going to get in these game number 5s, right? The stress starts to pile up. Your team starts to get a little bit winded in regards to understanding your surroundings, and that's something you can't allow when you're in a game 5 like this. You must be aware at all times at where everyone around you is currently aiming, where everyone around you is currently setting their sights on, and if you get called out, it really can lead to your demise extremely early.
Yeah, you can see Twitch landing. He's has some damage. He sees somebody there, gets a lot of white, gets a lot of 22 white to at least do some damage. He's going to chase, going to pop that wingsuit. Now he's going to follow pursuit, maybe to finish off the job. This has been we've seen a lot of players use this wingsuit, and it sometimes works and it has not for them. This time it does. Landon is going to look for them to fall from some materials. He does well, as this is pretty much a win, again, pretty much a win or go home situation for him.
It's looking like this could perchance just be where they'll find a victory in the end. But as you look towards Jason, putting in a little bit of a 2v2, gonna be going a little bit of damage awry, not able to make the trade. Instead, gonna have to just tunnel up, boxing themselves around. Still the pressure coming on in. 72 is going to be able to collect it. Great work coming in from Jason. You cannot go down this early. You must be able to find this kill if you want your chance at moving forward within the ESC. But as they keep filing more damage upon them, it's tragedy where they had shot from the shotgun.
That is so bad for Jason. He's going to take that elimination. Heartbreak City for him, as now Jax looks to be, he's hanging out in the storm. Now, this is where you are safe in the storm, and it only does 1 tick, so you can hang around there, pop a couple med kits or health packs if you have any, because you are not going to be taking that much storm damage.
See what they can get as we get on in. We can kind of hear a couple shots ringing out as we do look towards Alex, looking to get something done, but unfortunately, their opposition just keeps piling away, getting away from them. Alex looking for the kills. Unfortunately, with everyone just so far away, it's going to be hard to be able to make that connection as soon as you would like, but they are going to be able to find the engagement earlier than one would have initially expected. 116 gets connected, as they're able to find the value, able to find the damage, but they still need to be able to secure the kills. If you have one wrong step, everyone dropping down, kills coming in from the high ground, but now there's going to be, burning them alive, crisp shots connecting everything. Another kill goes their way as they're able to find 2.
Alex getting that 32 white that he needed, and his teammate coming in to finish the job. Looks like Alex wants to win this game 5 as just about as anyone else, and I don't blame him as he starts to chase a field. Maybe he could place a couple placements there, but he's gonna say no. He wants to save them for the end game. This hill has pretty much been a couple battlegrounds that we see, as well as the Hollywood sign. You could just see Alex firing a couple shots, looking for some damage, maybe a couple warning shots if he's going for that. As he heads down, goes, maybe looks for that zip line, peeking off just a little bit. Him and his teammate don't want to make a couple mistakes, don't want to drop off there. They do use that movement, that brief invincibility to their advantage. You do get a couple of shots off, gets 37 white, looks for a damage, goes up top, gets that 48, gets the knockdown, goes for another one, and gets the team wipe.
Amazing work coming on out as there's another kill to be spotted where we see Alex just pulling out all the stops. Kenzo, we're seeing spectacular gameplay coming in from this duo who we haven't really seen a whole ton from tonight. But now they're really pulling out everything you could possibly ask for. Now they just need to be able to get that placement down. Alex with 3 kills on the board, looking spectacular with some superb gameplay. They're going to look to keep this game alive.
Yeah, they are. We haven't seen much of Alex and his teammate. We didn't see much in there, but that is a great way to make yourself a bit notice. Getting those 2 kills in. As we Sparkly Princess haven't also seen much of them recently. It's mainly been these couple teams that have just made themselves well known in these last 3 games. As you can see, these 2 may playing a bit of passive, looking to go to a box just for a little bit. Gonna edit, peek outside it just a little bit. And sorry about having a shot, but no, they're gonna back off a little bit, make it a bit of a high ground to get a bit advanced. They do gets 23 blue and 23 white. Sparkly Princess is going to back off that just for a bit, pop a couple mech kits. It's gonna pop a couple small pots there just for a bit. And there being so much pressure, they have a bit of the wall. They do get the shot. 43 blue and 23 also blue. And now Sparkly Princess is gonna pop that mech kit once again. Sparkly Princess is really trying to get that kill, but they can't see it. Every time they do get something there, they also take damage as well.
Now as we see Sparkly Princess taking a little bit of a close game, and they want to try and get everything done, but it is still just going to be both teams looking to get this engagement down. Over towards the side of the map, we look towards Monoform, who's just taking so much of an aggressive angle. They get the high ground connected. They're able to make it their own. They find the edit. They find the kill. As now, looking towards the high ground, damaging a little bit, trying to play the third party. Unfortunately, it's going to be the opposite side. The wings do get shot off. But right now, Alan still going to be able to get that Chug Jug off, right? We can't see the HP bar, but we can know in our hearts that this shield is going to be extremely nice for Alan to get down. Oh, it's a cat. Hi,
So
Cat.
yeah, hey, Cat gets mentioned in the tournament. We got to do that. But you could just see Allen also playing very well over the Robot Destroyer. We see them and Christmas here play well. They have not won, but they've played so well, placed a couple times, as they are now looking to get boxed up. They're going to drop off the ammo. This is actually pretty smart. Kind of help out their teammate just a little bit. Robot Destroyer going to peek at it just for a little bit to see what is going to happen for them. Playing a bit of a high ground advantage. See if they can snipe off a couple people. He's trying, but he actually shoots his own build. I'm not sure he wanted to do that. As he edits a little bit, maybe getting a bit of repositioning to get off a couple more shots.
Robot Destroyer. Still just playing to their heart's content, looking to make something go their way, but whether or not they're going to be able to do that, it will just be a to be determined.
Yeah, to be determined, as you can just see, it's so much back and forth, sir. It is a bit of action going on in Humble Hills. Chaos Dunson, we've also seen play very well in this tournament. They got the win, actually, I think, a couple games ago, as they're going for the edit Chaos. Maybe a bigger play's gonna fall a little bit. Maybe knock off those builds just a bit and see if he can get some damage in there. Maybe go for materials. He has the high ground either way. They do arc a couple shots, so we try to get them flank off just a bit. Destroys a bit of an edit. And this is pretty much a bit of a stalemate so far.
As we look towards Dunson, just playing towards the top. They know there's players lying in wait, but the nice shotgun shot connecting the timer perfectly. 64 damage is only going to be what they get, but it is still just enough. Oh, the third party is amazing. As Chaos Dunson now going to be capitalized upon. Looking to play aggressive. Overzealousness might be the name of the game. As 105 does get possessed, it's still going to be Chaos Dunson looking to get some healing off towards the high ground. But as they get third party, you'd imagine that they're going to be looking to try and engage sooner rather than later. Hit the tempo boost. Trying to get a shot with the shotgun prediction. Not going to be too nice, but there's going to be the edit. The wall goes good. There's going to be the calamity. The skin goes wide, but it is
but they got
the
self-revive. But it's not going to help them. Not going to help us. That self-revive. Ego Deal is going to get the kill. Ego Deal, who played very well in that last game, in fact, but he just got third party to end up losing. As we head over to another player. This player, he's also played very well. I had to give him credit for that. They're being boxed up just George the bit, collecting a bit of materials. As we go over to Sazzy. Sazzy and them haven't had the best of luck, to be honest. They've came so close, but they've had no luck getting a win.
Where they really got to pull out all the stops. Whether or not this game will go their way, that will be the question that will likely be answered in just a couple minutes. As they try and get some pressure, shooting out, not able to find any connections, only able to deal damage to the walls. It still is looking as if this could be any team's game. However, there's still a lot of individuals remaining on the map. And as we see a little bit more of an unconventional zone compared to what we've been used to tonight, it really could be this high ground that will take full force in the advantages. And they instantly go for the gliders, looking to get something done, but all of them just instantly flying down. Great work to be able to neutralize the glide as soon as they get off of the building. And they're instantly going to be able to utilize this to be able to rotate closer zone and maybe even find this map refreshed over towards the river.
Yeah, they're gonna do that, and you can see Sazzy boxing up a little bit, trying to create some just a safe space. So he can maybe pop some shield or some med kits. He's gonna get a bit of the damage, maybe catch an opponent off guard. He's going to edit, maybe go for a peek. Yes, he will. You can just see him and his teammate playing so well, taking all the chances that they can get. And then they're going to chill out just for a little bit. They do have shield. They have everything they need. The question is, what is going to be their downfall? We will have to find out. We take a look at another of the mini map. You can just see teams are now headed towards the storm. And this is where I think we're going to see teams start dropping like flies. Dave, who's also played very well, he's going to play. He's going to peek out just for a little bit, maybe see if he can catch another team lacking. This is where you do start with a bit play a bit more aggressive, not enough to where you are overzealous a little bit, but you also want to play conservative and not give up, not get third partied.
It's looking good if you are Dave Poise. We saw them relatively good last game where they were able to make it to a high zone. However, this time they're looking for more than just being able to get the placement points. This time they're looking for the #1 victory royales playing on their screen. And as they swap to the metal, it does kind of give me, yep, that you can see, right? They have some brick left. They have no wood by the looks of it, though, so that could possibly be a bit of a detriment. See what they do inevitably end up getting as the zone does start to pull out of circle. This is where it really does get a little bit detrimental, especially to players over towards that southeastern part of the zone, right? There's so many players stuck within that spot, and it's going to be a mosh pit over there filled with death and despair.
Yeah, a lot of players hanging around towards the southeastern corner. Maybe death and despair awaiting them if they don't move out there. Now Snake, I know Snake wants that victory royale. He's been so good. He set that bar for that high ground strategy. He does get damage, gets 22 blue. Gonna hang out in the storm. Not a good idea, as he even realized himself as he heads out. Looks to set himself, gets that shot, gets about 96 there. That's what he needed to at least get a bit of damage. Him and his teammate playing so very well. Now Snake's gonna back out. Gonna box himself in, maybe no. He's going to at least try to set a couple placements for earlier from, yeah, excuse me, he's gonna play for later. Now he's gonna pop that mini kit's gonna hang out just a little bit. He has what he needs. The question is, what can he do? He's gonna wait out just for a little bit. Maybe pick off a couple teams that's not a bit like it, or he's gonna get spotted just for a little bit. Dodges some shots. This is pretty much a risky play for him, but it's working out so far.
As we look towards the damage applied to the high ground, Snake sticking to this corner, looking to just dance in out of the zone. Now getting a little bit overzealous, not going to be able to go for the mat refresh, having to get back into zone. Nobody can see the HP line, but they instantly go for this glide. Still, though, the damage got applied early on within their activation, forcing them to get the heals off immediately after landing. And as we can look to see, there's the teammate pulling up as well.
Yeah, luckily he was just able to get in the nick of time, because for that brief moment he was pretty much vulnerable there. If you know anything about the Icarus rings back in Chapter 5 Season 2, you were pretty much vulnerable for that. That's pretty much the same thing applied to here, as if you pop it in at the wrong time, you are pretty much a sitting duck.
Go towards Autobot, trying to turtle their way on into zone. Still, though, they're able to box up. Pressure starts to mount, as they have to try and stay alive. The zone keeps on pushing, though. It's undiscriminating against them, but it is going to be a very, very rough. They get taken down in a 2v1, and that'll leave them with nothing left. Piece in zone, right on the mountain corner. Still, though, just trying to box themselves into a good position. Probably around 5 teams remain within this matchup. As Piece, good work. Seeming that their teammate might just be down for the count as Knocked, looking to get the res per chance. Can they do it? That will be the question. Medkit gets picked up. Mats as well. Not able to elect for the res. Instead, having to play solo.
Yeah, he's gonna have to play solo. He can't get his team in there, but it does work out in his favor. He does get out in the nick of time. Back over to Snake. Snake gonna box himself in. Looks to get some money from the top. However, he does take damage. Boxes himself in. This is critical for him now, as he is teetering not on a lot of health. If we are to be assumed, we're gonna flag another player. He does take damage. He's got to get out of there. Yes, he will, as he is surrounding himself with a lot of metal. Boxes himself in, pops that mini kit, but he's gonna get taken out immediately by Reze Peace. Reze Peace looking to do it himself.
A second victory seems to be on the cards as Reze Peace pushing up to the high ground, looking to get something done, as they are still just going to be hiding within the shadows. We look towards Cran Muncher on the high ground. able to fish out some shots by editing this building, but not able to spot anybody just about yet. They're able to get some damage pressuring towards the materials. They have this tree right for themselves. It's more materials to be given over as they look for more height advantages as they keep up this alive push. The mountain could perchance become an issue as the storm's starting to redistribute its work. Now, as it is going to be randomly selecting which way it wants to walk towards the mountain, does seem to be even more volatile than once before, pressuring the top, slamming down. Cran Muncher gonna be leaving nobody with any chances to get back up, and it seems as if these two might just be on the cards for a victory, as it's Sparkly Princess, Reze Peace in a 1v2. No chances remain, as Reze Peace, Ego Jill, it's a tragedy striking as both of them are still just going to be hidden into the zone. This game's been finished. The only question, Kenzo, is who's coming second.
It's a very tough question. Reze Peace is gonna dead out, and I think the question just got answered before I can even say anything.
And that'll do it. Reze Peace coming second, but the rest of this game goes to the Cran Muncher as they're taking game number 5, finishing our series here in the ESC Qualifier.
Just a heartbreaker for Reze Peace. They hang around that storm just a little too long, and that's the problem. When you that first area of the storm where you take in maybe 1 tick of damage, that is a good idea. You don't take that much damage, but as the game drags on, that storm damage increases, and it increases, and you can't hang around that storm for way too long. Otherwise, you are donezo for that.
Looking great, and well, I don't know if we have an updated bracket on which teams made it, which teams didn't, but it does seem as if there is certainly going to be a couple that have a lot, but it is going to be that, right? We don't have that answer just about yet. We'll have that after game number 5 does get tallied, it does get answered, but right now that is it. Make sure once more, VHEL.com/ESC Nationals is on your browser, because that's going to be where you will find all the information regarding the finals in the Orlando, Florida for this grand final. That's what everyone's going to be looking for in this finale, though. We are seeing nothing more, right? Fortnite's over. Fortnite's done with. Come back, though, for Overwatch in just a little bit. That's everything, and we will see you all later. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining you once more at the VHEL ESC qualifiers. My name is once new. I was gonna say once more, but not once more, but once now with Naya. We're here, we're ready, we're getting straight on to the Lijiang Tower. I'm super excited. How are you feeling about this matchup?
I'm looking very forward to it. Obviously, these two teams are fighting for a really good spot in the competition so far. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see what they could do with even team compositions.
Exactly. These two teams looking to rumble. We look towards this blue side. A little bit of an interesting composition, a bit unconventional. Running that sim with the Mei, going for that double beam composition, running that straight on into a bit of a dive brawl style. Got the Cassidy, got the Tracer, along with Pokezilla on the Ram. Bit of a challenge to go right on into it, but as the wall comes up, it's gonna be the freakiest to try and get something done.
There we go, Snotty Waddy able to get the pick here up on the Nindroid. That's good for LNHS as they're able to get another following pick up on the Pokezilla. So I gotta say, they're in a great spot here.
Working their own game, it will be the Pokezilla down for the count, leaving them with nothing left. And Neon Elk might also be taken down, but they get back in. Mega Health back gets collected, but Chickarones gets their kill. Nindroid off the board, and it leaves them with another reset forced out.
Look at this, the Freakits just trying to get some pressure in, playing the corner, playing the gateway. I gotta say, the grouping and tactics here from LNHS, it's looking real good against the other side.
LNHS dropping in the fist, unable to get the connection. Tragedy strikes as the Freakiest needing to back out. The HP will be brought back up. Nindroid getting their own workaround as them and Plasma Papt both going to be working in unison, securing the double kill, looking to take down LNHS as XPIF drops them down. There's going to be Nikanoid, takes another. Nindroid off the board. Pidu gets a kill with a little bit of a tank diff. We're getting taken down by the support. Nikanoid trying to get the Mega Health back, able to collect it. Neon Elk offline as the Blizzard putting in the damage.
Yeah, there we go. XPIF losing members now as LNHS is back up on top here, Cherry.
Gonna be LNHS putting them through the ringer as this composition ran through them like flies hitting on one single bee, right? Yeah, that bee's strong, but when you got 5 people just dealing that poke damage, it can be such a volatile situation, and that's exactly what you get when you're running this sim, this Mei. They play from range, and they play well. We look towards Pokezilla already in the middle of the fray. As the beat comes out, the team starts to have to reassemble.
All right, here we go. Multiple ultimates getting popped here from both of the sides as Pokezilla is able to get the pick here. But no, the main tank is down and Snotty Waddy able to get 2.
Snotty Waddy, Neon Echo. There's Snotty Waddy with a triple kill as they take down Plasma Zapped. And that'll give them the first point by the looks of it. Needing to get the final touch. Plasma Zapped, Neon Elk going to be the 2 players likely to be able to find touch if anyone's going to be able to make it happen. But as the Orbital Ray strikes hard, it's Neon Elk already off the board.
That pressure is so amazing here from LNHS's tank here, the Freakiest. Just wonderful usage of ultimate. Same with the ultimate of Orbital Ray, right? To aggress your team up in, but overtime's taking in. Snotty Waddy is still picking up a lot of the limbs.
Plasma Zapped, gonna be able to find the touch, but that's about all they're gonna get. After Neon Elk comes onto the point, the Mei Wall will be able to disrupt their possible reclaiming of the touch, but that'll give them nothing left. 100-17 as LNHS picks up the first round.
Yeah, Cherry, they are looking real good here. They get the start here up on Lijiang Tower. They're up 1 in the map so far. But what do we gotta say for the other side, right? Do they gotta play quicker? Do they gotta try and match the composition? I know that there were some lacks of strengths while the matchup there on the first sector of Lijiang. It was a little tough for him, but LNHS really carried on and caught those mistakes that the other side was, trying to make.
Constant disruption has been imaginable if you are on this XPIF roster, but unfortunately, LNHS has been just through and through on the front foot, where they've been placing themselves in positions to be able to capitalize on mistakes, and it's been very good. Neon Elk going to be swapping off of the Tracer, moving to the Reaper, as Nindroid going to be taking their chances on the special agent of the British, exiling themselves. The Freakiest finds the first Pidu down, as they're going to be hacked on. Pokezilla in a little bit of a rough spot. Both supports fall, and that'll give another point to the LHS roster.
Yeah, LNHS looking real good here. The pressure, though, coming off of Nindroid so far, playing the Tracer, but it's not even going to matter, Cherry, as LNHS is back in running with the percentage numbers, and the Freakiest is able to get that pick up onto the Tracer. So it's a good formation here for the LNHS roster.
Popping the Sim, going the Sombra, seeming to pay out dividends as they constantly have been on the front foot so far. Will they be able to continue that? That will be the question, as it's going to be Pokezilla hit up with a Maywall, able to dodge around. We see the speed ring coming on the line. Pokezilla about to be able to pop the Annihilation up in position that will be able to pay out dividends, as the Ice Wall coming on in, able to block out all damage. But Pokezilla reigning supreme, looking to take out one, but unfortunately it's just going to be Zaziv able to pick up their first. Nindroid gets the trade. It will be the ult coming in from the Brigitte, looking to apply pressure on Pokezilla.
Oh my, here we go, XPIF, this is your chance here to get back up into this one, but no, as more picks are just following forward for LNHS, but Plasma Zapped got the up on the beat up onto Nico here, so this is good overall.
Forcing out utility, it is going to be the Lucio sitting on the edge of this map as they hit coast side. They're going to be able to back up, sit with the rest of the team, looking to elect for a 5-man push. As 3 ultimates going to be still on the LNHS side. Could possibly be able to disrupt heavily as the Freakiest pushes into their spawn. Ooh. They drop in the Meteor Strike as they want to be able to find something, as they get only 1 player hit and not even in the center. Not the biggest ult, but it still won't matter. They're only using it to reset the health bars, and it'll be resetting well. Pick Chikarones down, and that gives them nothing left as Zaziv comes back on into the engagement, taking down the Kiriko, shutting down the idea of a Kitsune rush. Zaziv's going to fall. Pokezilla finds a double as Nekanago is going to be taken aback as well. 93% gained. However, the point finally goes XPIF's way.
Yeah, now XPIF, they use the Beat Matrix to get back up onto the point here, but take a look at that. Plasma able to get the pick here up onto the Freakiest. So the Freakiest is out, no main tank for LNHS here, as they have the more percentage number in their favor. But I think the good thing about this, Cherry, is that Pokezilla has that Annihilation ready to go.
Looking good for Pokezilla as they have the orbital ray on the line, but it's a double kill! The EMP goes phenomenal. Pokezilla looking for heroics as they pop the Annihilation. It will be the May slowing them down, trying to get the kill. It will be able to happen. Zaziv picks it up. No more Annihilation, no more Kitsune Rush. It's up to the Reaper, but as they fall down, the team strikes harder from LNHS.
Yeah, LNHS once again taking this one here as they get the pick up onto Nindroid, and there is a very last second touches here that need to be happening for the side of XP, but no, it's not gonna matter, Cherry, as LNHS will be our Lijiang champions of map 1, but there's so much still to tell with the story of this series in between these two.
Best of 3 really does have to start off on the front foot. You lose this first map, you're forced into taking 2 in a row. And now it really does come down to this LNHS squad, right? Will they be able to keep up the same potency that they showed in this map of Lijiang Tower, or will we be seeing this game not as cut and dry and going to the distance? We'll have to wait and see. But when we look towards this round robin format, every win matters.
Yeah, I very much agree. Obviously, these teams want to get the points, right? They want to move forward with their strength, their positivity, their communication, their whole entire team overall, Cherry. So I think if they could get the wins here to move forward in this round robin format and keep on pushing forward, it's going to be great looks for both of the teams. But there's still a decider here in this series, There's multiple maps as we have a lot more to go. But yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting to see what they could even do with their team compositions or how they can try and match the tempo overall.
And we will be seeing hybrid coming on out. And it's as you said, these two teams, they're looking for that PR to be as high as possible. As when they need qualification points to ESC in Orlando in June of 2026. That's going to be what these two teams are aiming for. And the question comes down to who makes it there first. We'll see what they do end up going in, but we actually are going to be seeing some swaps coming through. Pifu swapping out. Pifu, sorry. They were on the Kiriko last game. This time we're seeing Lycan Rain coming in to replace them. We'll see whether or not this new swap will be able to show promise or whether or not it might not matter as much as one would have initially hoped for.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. Obviously, a fresh new pair of legs here for them. And I think bringing in a fresh new pair of legs, it's going to be good for the team overall. Maybe you're going to have a better composition to where you could play other heroes, right? I think that's always interesting to look forward to. But there's always that next map, right? So it all depends upon what the teams are feeling here overall. And I think it's going to be playing with their mentals too, right? So going up into this next one, both teams need to be really strong with their mental. They can't be downgrading their mental. But as I could see, at least you could also see too, we have that next map coming up, and it's going to be exciting for both of the sides. So I can't wait to see if we could go neutral scoreline here to where XPIF can match LNHS's 1 point here and make it 1-1. But yeah, it's going to be overall super exciting here.
We move on. Map of the night. We'll see what these two teams do end up coming in hot with. You'd imagine, seeing as this is XPIF's map pick, they are going to be able to have some strats ready for it, as Midtown is a little bit more on the unconventional side, right? It's a newer map to the game. Overwatch's been around for 7 to 8 years, and Midtown only, I guess, 2 or 3 of them. So Midtown, certainly you don't expect it as much as something like that Eichenwald, like that Kings Row, 2 maps that have been that tried and true for a lot of these high school collegiate teams in the past. So we'll see what they do end up coming towards on Midtown. But we do see both teams. Type an R in the chat. We'll see what they do end up coming for as we end up getting into that hero select right about now.
Here we go. Midtown secondary map here, Cherry, as one team's looking to side the neutral to make it 1-1, and another is trying to add more to the score. So let's see what happens here in between these two. I gotta say, there's probably going to be a side of poke, maybe some brawl, some rush, possibly even some dive. There's a lot of team compositions that you could play here, especially up on the point sectors.
Looking good as we see these heroes coming online. What characters have these two teams elected to put into our second map? Lots of changes off of game number 1. Seeing LNHS going for a very different composition, it begs the question, will they still be able to throw the same amount of firepower into the ringer as what we saw on Lijiang Tower, or will this be a completely new set of ideals that this team does opt in for? They're running this Ana with the Wu Yang, a pop support duo at the highest elo of OWCS collegiate scene. It certainly does still provide value. However, it is definitely a difficult thing to keep at the highest level, right? Obviously, with the buffs to the Ana perks, being able to headshot people, it does become very strong. However, it also requires a very high skill to be able to keep that up. So realistically, we'll see whether or not they are going to be able to prove themselves to us tonight, or whether or not we will be getting that coveted map number 3 to bring us into a very competitive series.
Yep, let's see what happens here in between both of the two teams as Pokezilla's taking some damage. And I gotta say, LNHS is just really strategizing against XPIF currently, and it's looking real good for him so far as they get that entry pick.
Entrance is looking good. The Javelin looks better as Plasma Zapped is down. Neon Elk falls as well. That'll be a double kill, as now they're just looking to burn away these bubbles, doing exactly that. Lycan Rain, Pokezilla both fall, extending these hero kind of cooldowns on when they're going to be able to get back on into the action even longer. As now as the Reaper down for the count, Neon Elk will be falling.
Yeah, I like what you said even about LNHS's backline composition, right? It's going to take a lot of strength from their support players to play this correct here. And if they make a mistake, maybe they're going to have to rely up on swaps, because up on the other side, you have a Kiriko and Lucio. Those two could go extremely quick. Kind of want to see what the attacking side wants to do here against the defensive, but as we kind of are seeing, sides are taking some damage.
Snotty Waddy picking up the first Nindroid, gets shot through the chest with a railgun. And that'll give another kill over towards this LNHS roster. As we do get a little bit of lag, we're going to have to wait and see what does come of it, as the fight does seem to be dusting down a little bit off the kill.
Yeah, it's going to be something to definitely look forward to. Obviously, one of the sides are looking ready for some ultimates. LNHS, they might have 3, but no, we lost connection to the game server, Cherry. How are we feeling about that?
That should be fine. I believe you can reconnect. I hope. I want to say that's possible. I'm not totally sure, but we will see what they can end up doing.
Yeah. Anything that has caught your eye so far up in the series?
I mean, so far you really do just got to look towards like the tank, especially the Freakiest has been on such a strong position where they've been swapping from running that Orisa and Doomfist, playing multiple different flexible tanks. It really just goes to show the flexibility of this individual, showing their prowess within this esport world. Going to be somebody who you really do have to look forward to watching, as they have been on the forefront of this series. And beyond that, the rest of the team as well has been clearly dominating. This is a team that within this round robin, you are certainly going to be looking at them to be able to find that qualification to the ESC in Orlando. They have been amazing. They have been super strong, and I really just want to see all of the talents getting nurtured by their coaches, by their staff, by their school. So LNHS, we'll see what they can end up getting. But right now, I mean, we are just looking to get that reconnection into the game. Hopefully, we'll be able to get that soon.
Yeah, it's cool so far, like how we got to see up on Midtown for a couple of minutes, right? I think the defense was playing real good there from LNHS just for the start of it. But it kind of caught my eye that up on the attacking side of things, XP kind of had a lack of engage plan in a way, right? I think the defense really shut them down, and maybe it's still shutting them down here as we're still trying to wait to get back up in. But if you had a guess, if you had a hypothesis, what do you think is going to happen? I know in my head, I think LNHS will be holding this just of what we have seen up on Lijiang in that kind of entry point of Midtown. But what do you got to say about it, Jerry?
I think Lijiang was a lot more competitive than what we're currently seeing on Midtown. Obviously, we were only in there for about a minute or so, but Midtown has felt like it really has just been this XPIF roster peeking in one by one and getting picked off. As soon as that Orisa Javelin facilitates the engagement, nobody pushes up with player getting hit, and that allows the initial kill to be picked off. No utility really has to be wasted in getting that first kill. When you're playing that 4v5, it's hard to lose, especially with the composition that they were running, where they had that Ana with Wu Yang in the back line, which can be so self-sufficient and good at being able to help their DPS and tanks staying up as well. So it really is just a situation that doesn't give you a lot, but I do believe we are heading straight on into the action. Game number 2 back in Midtown. We will be seeing how this does play out. 47 seconds are still left as they have paused this. It does seem as if the players have been really good to us today, so you really got to give them credit where credit is due.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be seeing here something here real shortly, as we are waiting to get back up into this one, but we're almost up in there, guys. Don't worry too much, as at least what I'm seeing here, Cherry, one side is really doing well with their strategy, and the other is kind of lacking it so far. I think that's all that I could say really so far right now. But yeah, the players have been really proving something. And I think going throughout the rest of the series, I think it's going to play that crucial, pivotal moment for both of the sides. So if they can keep up the strengths up on one side, it's going to look good. But we need to see a roster show up here if you were one of them.
Plasma zapped, finding the kill. We do see the Echo swap coming online. Will be neutralized at last, as it does seem as if the point may perchance be capped. But now, as two players taking down both supports as well as Nindroid, there's going to be the overclock coming through. It's seeming as if this game will be held to a halt, as XPIF having nothing left in the tank to be able to get this game back underway. Two support ults available, possibly going to look to drop them in. Pokezilla swapping onto the ball. There's the kill coming onto the Nindroid from the Ana of LNHS. But that is going to be the contesting. Let's see what they can find as Neon Elk down. There's going to be the Wrecking Ball as well left onto the point. There's going to be the beat keeping them healthy.
Yeah, so unfortunate here for XPIF as they're able to follow up on more if you are LNHS, and the overtime is just ticking down, Cherry. And I gotta say, the defense is cooking for the LNHS roster. So I'm looking forward to seeing what their attack can do, but as well, you have to see some potential in the, other side, right? I know that it was a hard time up on their attack, but they almost had that one capture segments in their attacking phase where Pokey was there up on points, but they were losing players, right? And the following picks were going up onto the side of LNHS. So I kind of want to see what they're going to be picking here towards their team compositions, as it's going to play a super important role as possibly where they can tie this Midtown and move forward and have the hopes of not letting up another point.
Looking towards this next game, Neon Elk and Nindroid swapping up their choices of character. Pokezilla swapping off of the Zarya, moving to the Orisa. However, not going to be able to get the mirror they perchance were hoping for, as we will be seeing the Freakiest swapping to the Hazard. A strong tank within the current Overwatch meta. Lots of outplay potential, lots of movement in the ability roster. As well as that, we do see a couple similarities within the previous compositions. We get that Juno once back, as well as a couple other options.
All right, here we go. The attacking phase has started for LNHS. As you did quote, they are running a Hazard composition right now with the Freya. I think that's going to play a really important role. But they also have the Kiriko and Juno for backline. So you got the Speed and Suzu. Take a look at that. Neon Elk is taking some damage, as it's literally 2 HP, 3 HP. So far, so good for LNHS.
Just is making it all go their way. Neon Elk, low HP, looking to make something happen. The ice wall coming online, able to isolate one. There's the second wall to give nobody potential to heal him. But as the May wall breaks, there's going to be the cleanse coming online, as now everyone needing to make something happen. But the engagement seems to be flourishing. Zazef is able to pick up the first kill. Nindroid down. There's both DPS offline. And it's all going to be LNHS picking up this point.
Oh, very, very unfortunate here, but maybe they could get back up in. They do have that Reaper swap come in from Neon, as Pokey's able to get the pick, but take a look at the wall. No, that's so disrespectful.
And that'll do it. A 2-0 victory. LNHS brings a start to the round robin that definitely does go to show their prevalence within the VHEL and the ESC.
Yeah, I really liked what they have put into this Midtown map. I think showing even more out of this LNHS team, I think they're definitely going to go far, right? I think you could probably agree with that, Cherry, but if you are XPIF, what do you got to do better here?
Are just gonna have to get the arsenal overloaded, as currently they've been able to show dominance before. On map 1 we saw signs of life where they were able to take team fights. Unfortunately, just generally doesn't seem like they're able to synergize as well as what their opposition in the LNHS roster has been able to prove. So I'd like to see some synergy within the team, being able to coexist and kind of bring in some just general meshing to the roster. But unfortunately, right now, it does seem as if they are going to be going down to 0-1. LNHS bringing up their scoreline, certainly looking as if they are the team to watch out for within this tournament.
Yeah, LNHS, really, really strong team so far to kick this one off, especially here. And yeah, I just can't wait to see the improvement of teams that actually, must have taken a loss like XPIF. I think there's a lot of potential here, as even XPIF could really shoot back and climb up that hill to maybe even match back to that top competitor. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see here what they could do, Cherry. But as well, like we have more teams coming up into this, obviously right around the corner. And I think that's going to be another cool part for anyone that is watching for the community.
We will just have to wait and see, as we're going to go to a quick little break. But before we do, ladies and gentlemen, once more, make sure that you do head over to the one, the only VHEL.com/ESC-Nationals page. That is where you will find all the information regarding the ESC Nationals, where you will be able to find everything that one could hope for. So make sure to check that out. We will be back with game number 2 in just a little bit.
Welcome to Samoa. Initiating match.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are joining you once more for game number 2. We are witnessing two phenomenal teams. We saw one of them last time. It is I can't remember the name anymore. Versus West High School. We got two stellar rosters fighting to match up, seeing who will take this victory. West High School coming on in with a phenomenal coach who is actually a graphic designer for the league of VHEL. And we'll see whether or not that absolute kind of coaching, that staff, that absolute roster having everything going behind them will be enough to be able to cross them over the line on the phenomenal streets of, I think this is in Hawaii. I hope this map is in Hawaii or else I'd look pretty stupid. Joining me once more is Naya. We got a phenomenal game on our hands and we're right and ready to get right into it.
All right, XPIF taking on West High School here in Series 2 of this format. Let's see what happens. It's a Malka composition taking on a Zarya comp, and the Malka is straight up in.
It's already looking pretty good. We see the cleanse already coming out. It's Buddyless to secure the first kill. And looking like West High School will already be on the front foot this matchup.
Yeah, West High School, they're able to get the pick here up on to Ninjavoid as now it's a 5v4 scenario so far, but take a look at that. They swap to the Sim. I think that's going to play a big pivotal role.
Definitely seems as if Symmetra could be what's enough. Obviously, you take a look at high-level Overwatch. Symmetra has been running the lobbies, and it seems to absolutely be working for him, as it will be XPIF to secure the point.
Yeah, even like the TP rotations too, I think that's going to be a big strength here for XPIF taking on West High School, but you know, let's see what West High School could do against XPIF. Maybe they could rotate in, take not as much damage as Ghosty Boy is. But yeah, I mean, you're almost up to a Reaper Blossom if you're Pokezilla.
Death Blossom could be the tool that will be able to secure you even more fight wins. The cleanse comes on out, able to keep the team healthy. Looking like this Malga will be the cornerstone to play behind as they dash right on in. It will be the Genji to follow up. First kill comes in. Ninja down, looking to get something more. The Death Blossom coming online, able to find two. Looking good as they're going to be able to knock down King Size, putting him down to size. It's going to be West High School eliminated once more.
Yeah, West High School, they wanted to show something there, but no. Pokezilla absolutely Beybladed their way up in with that Death Blossom. And I gotta say, if you are Ghosty, you have that Suzu, right? You gotta cleanse your team in those pivotal moments, right? So I think coming back up into this one, West High School will have a great ultimate to re-engage with, which will be that Kitsune Rush and Pulse Bomb.
As we head on in this next fight, straight up into the action. King Size gonna be looking to be able to put some damage online, but with Buddyless off the board, it leaves them without one of their DPS, a big player who's been able to make some good engagements. As we see this Reaper up towards the high ground, nobody looking to challenge. King Size trying to hit the engage button, but unfortunately, it might just go their way, actually, as there's going to be a lot of damage. Evan's corner able to find one. King Size down as well. Going to be looking like Kindroid is going to be the player to make it all go, but as Pokezilla delivers a double kill, that's the first point going to FIP. Wait.
All good, Cherry. XPIF.
XPIF, I don't even know. This is all bad. It's all good as there's a double kill coming in. Both Hirikos taken offline. There's the triple kill coming through as Pokezilla delivers a punchline, taking them both down. The Symmetra trying to get something online, but unfortunately, as the Death Blossom reigns supreme, it will be able to take everyone aback. As King Size down, there's the point. There's the first start to this game going good.
Wow, yeah. XPIF looking real good here. As they were really shredding it there with the Reaper, and I think what's even going to be more to see here from this team is the backline, right? I think the Kiriko has been working really great for XPIF. Same with the Juno, right? You got that speed, but take a look at this. On the other side, you have West High School taking a little bit of a switch in their composition, now playing Zarya and Reaper. Is this the time that West High School is matching the tempo and composition level of XPIF? It's all wait to see here in the secondary of map 1.
Going to be seeing the second map coming through. Last game a bit competitive, however towards the end we really started seeing the XPIF roster starting to put down the hurt, as now it is going to be X once more going in. Zarya matching Zarya. Who's going to be able to take this game their way? We'll have to wait and see, as the bubbles coming out in plenty. However, it is going to be the flank from Pokezilla to really hit the punchline, as Evan's corner off the line. They want to keep up the pressure, however the bubbles will have discipline, not going to push in too heavily. The Reaper of Pokezilla swapping from the tank over to the DPS. Buddy Less going to take him back, as that's Plasma zapped to hit them back where it hurts, taking down to you.
Teams matched here with both trade liners in the kill feed so far. It is a 4v4 scenario as both of the Zaryas are taking aggression in between each other. But take a look at this. West High School, they're just trying to play around their composition so far. They have that high ground advantage. But up on the other side, you have XPIF, which loses an Android. This isn't a good look here, Cherry, as it's a 5v4 scenario and they have everyone back.
Really isn't, as Ghosty Boy's able to find some Kiriko on Kiriko action. They want to keep this damage up. They want to keep this alive. Pokezilla's finding their doom, as it's king size to be able to hit him where it hurts. 94% on the charge. The bubbles are looking good. King size delivering everything they could possibly be asking for. But as they have so much utility to play with, they have this grab online. It could be the way to be able to score even more leeway within this matchup.
Both grabs are up online, and King Size is able to entrance first with this one, but it's right back, Cherry, as maybe Plasma can find some answers. Pokey, oh my god, yo!
There's the double kill. Pokezilla delivering everything they could be asking for. And Android, Evan's corner, both going to be following off a line. Two players remain on the point, trying to get something done. All for the stalling out with the ice block. Unfortunately, it's all for nothing, as 2U will be shut down. It's just a stagger to go their way. Two ultimates come online as they have the Kitsune Rush and the Blizzard, possibly looking to make something go their way, but it really is going to be difficult to get anything done if you are on this blue side, now that XPIF has a stranglehold over the point.
I agree. XPIF, they're running here with a couple ultimates in favor, right? They got that Juno Orbital Ray ready to go, but take a look at the Blizzard. This is nice here from the side of West High School, as they're able to get 2 picks with this.
Towards this matchup, it is going to be good, as XPIF gonna stay in contention. 57%. Now West High School has this in their hands. Will they be able to control this for the rest of this matchup? That's the question. We'll have to wait and see, as this game is certainly going to be able to oh, we just got confirmation. It's XP Idaho Falls. That's so cool. Well, now we're going to have the XP Idaho Falls trying to get themselves back on info with Bodyless, delivering a triple kill, bringing this game to its knees. 70%. Now it's all heroics necessary for XP Idaho.
Oh my gosh, this is a moment to witness here for West High School, as that was so nice of a Reaper Blossom. But take a look at this. I mean, you have Pokezilla coming back with that Reaper Blossom ready to go, and that ultimate economy difference, it's going to be a huge thing.
Witness this final fight coming aboard, as there is going to be the ultimates arriving. All 3 dropped on in. XPIF trying to make something happen, but as the ice block is going to be able to overwhelm, and it's 2U to still fall. Right now, Nindroid able to find one. The counter, Kitsune Rush looking to get something done. Not many people are able to take advantage fully of this, but it's going to be Pokezilla dropping the Death Blossom. Traded out, Buddy. Let's get one of their own. Pokezilla on a double kill of his Plasma Zap delivers another kill. It's going to be electing another team fight, going over, keeping this game in contention.
Yep, so XP Idaho Falls is back up in this one, and I gotta say, Cherry, this is good. They have the grab ready to go, but they have no other ultimates, right? They don't even have their supports ready to go. Nothing in the line of sight for DPS. But up on the other side, you have West High School, which is ready to go with the grab and the Blizzard and almost Juno Orbital Ray. So this is good playing potential for West, as they're gonna go quick.
There's the grab coming online. It's a double kill from Pokezilla as they get taken back. But as 90% gathered, can they be able to utilize this to be able to keep themselves alive? That's the question. Answer seems to be yes. As they drop the orbital ray, there's going to be everything they could have possibly asked for. And that's the point going. We're going to a third point on Samoa.
Oh my gosh, I mean, the Kiriko player is showing up if you are Ghosty Boy. And the overtime's ticking here. And now it is 1-1. Here up on map 1, Cherry. This is so exciting to see in between two of these teams that want to get more points in the line of their sights. So, looking into this next one, maybe we're going to be able to see a change in composition. Maybe they'll stick to the same composition. I gotta say, if they do stick to the same composition, both of the synergy levels towards their communication has been really working perfectly, I would have to say. So, yeah, if they stick to the same thing, I would love to see it, and hopefully it's the same thing like the secondary map. I think it was very, very close, but as we see Afara coming out here from Nindroid, will they keep? That's the question mark, and as it seems, the Afara's out.
Looking good as both teams now going to be rolling right onto the point. See what they can find. As currently, not many changes for either roster, still sticking with the Zarya matchup in the tank position. Beyond that, supports stay the same as well. Maywall can be able to apply a little bit of pressure as there's the kill. Plasma zapped. There's no pressure relief. I don't know what was happening in that regard, but XPIF, that's something we need to be working on in that regard, because 2U should not be allowed to be able to get that. As Maywall comes out once more, going to be able to give them some sight lines to be able to deliver some more damage, but unfortunately for this XPIF roster, there's going to be the point converted as West High School sticking to this start.
Yep, West High School able to get the entry pick, the entry advantage here against XP Idaho, as you're running with percentage in your favor so far, but I gotta say, if you are XPIF, you can get back up in this one, maybe not take as much damage, and I mean, you are falling short for players.
There's the blue kill feed raining high, as it's gonna be XPIF sent back to the spawn room once more. Tragedy for them as they were on the forefront. They were the ones to be able to take this game to start us off with dominance. Unfortunately, ever since, it seemed as if it's been a little bit towards that lackluster end, where we haven't really been seeing the same level of play as what we've once witnessed.
Let's see what XP Idaho Falls could do here up in this situation. They have Pokezilla's Reaper Blossom almost ready to go. Maybe they could coordinate this one up into the back line. Who knows what we're about to see as the Blizzard is out, but oh my gosh, Cherry! 3, 2, oh, it's all over.
It's absurdity reaching the climaxes. We finally will be seeing signs of life. XPIF able to regain control over the point. See what they can get is now Plasma Zap looking to fish out for some shots. Just trying to charge up this ultimate ASAP. As if they can get that online, hit a 4-man ulti, it could be really, really nice. As the charge is coming online, there's the ultimate going to be able to connect onto 3, call it 4! Plasma Zap gets right on in. The kill feed rains blue. All 3 players getting taken down, both of the boards, as well as Pokezilla offline. Now it's Nindroid down. Plasma Zap on an island. That island is destroyed, and that'll be the game.
Well, it all depends. Maybe they can get back up into this one, as Plasma Zapped does have the grab back up in their favor against King Size, which doesn't have the grab. So if they want to go quick here with their Juno Orbital, they can.
And that will do it. We see this game finale buddyless with a double kill from the Death Blossom. One person touching the point, but having to deal with 3 players, almost an impossibility. And that'll be a dream that will almost now just come to an end, as Hidu down, leaving him with nothing. Game is done and dusted. That's map 1 going the side of West High School for a start that really does go to show their dominance.
Yeah, West High School, what a team, what a roster of players, and I gotta say, the strength of this composition, it is showing, Cherry. And it's gonna be really cool to see what these players could do here in the rest of the series. And, you know, you have the other side, which is XP Idaho Falls, right? You gotta do something. Obviously, your first game wasn't in favor, but this one is a lot more closer, Cherry. So I gotta think, or I at least gotta think what you're thinking about this, right? What do you think Idaho could try and do against West High School, as this one is a lot more closer than their game 1 in the format?
It's a situation where they gotta start firing on all cylinders, right? I said before, I think this is something that XPIF has problems with. Being able to coordinate ultimates has been an issue for them, where it allows the opposition to be able to capitalize on mistakes and be able to isolate engagements. It's been something that really has just been working so well for them, and I think that that's something that, unless we do see XPIF fixing, it really is going to just continue to be a detriment for them throughout the rest of this night.
Yep, it's going to be something to watch for. Definitely. The improvement on synergy, probably composition, needs to be happening up in this secondary game 2 of this series between West High School. But I gotta say, Idaho has a chance, right? I think the side of XP, they've been really showing up here, up in this game 1 of the series against West High School, which West High School, I mean, what a start for them. They come off swinging the bats.
Definitely seems as if West High School is going to be a team to really consider for the championship. Our producer had said it to us earlier. This was going to be a 2-0, as West High School, their coach, has just put so much time, effort, energy into their esports program, and it certainly does seem like that is going to be the case, as they have been consistently being able to find these team wipes, being able to win out, and it looks good. It looks clean whenever they do so. It's never scrappy. They're a team that loves engaging heavily, and it works out for them consistently.
Yeah, I think another cool thing to also, correlate to is these high school players that are playing in the division so far. It is excellent to see what their mechanical difference is in between each other, right? What their macro is, their technique to the composition that they are providing. And I gotta say, West High School is definitely on top of XPIF here up in this one, as we are seeing that next map here up on our screen, Cherry. And, there's a lot to say about this one.
We'll have to see as game number 2 goes to Hollywood. We'll see what they do end up having. It's an interesting choice when both teams seem to be interested in the Zarya matchup, as this match does heavily rely on those kind of dive tanks to be able to disrupt high ground on second point. Especially something like the Winston Diva Wrecking Ball can be extremely strong on a map like this. Being able to have that movement utility to be able to gain high ground potential, it really does have that potential to be very, very strong. The Zarya, not a bad pick whatsoever, but you trend to see teams picking something like the Eichenwald, like the King's Row, when opting for more of that brawl style.
Yep, and something to also talk about here is the DPS in between these two teams, right? Obviously, Hokezilla has been putting in some performance there, but as well, Bunnyless up on the side of West High School. I think it's going to be that matching of who's going to be the better of the both teams, right? Obviously, the hit scan and the flex DPS want to show up here in this series as much as possible for both of their organizations, but it's all wait to see here, as we are getting to see Plasma Zapped up on this Sigma kind of composition here for them, and on the other hand, you're going to have Ramatra. So you're going to be able to work with slows here with King's Eyes, and I think that's going to be an advantage.
Definitely looking as if this Ramatra could be the way to get back into this game. If you're King's Eyes, they've been really good on the Czar, this time taking up a new character. Zarya obviously having a little bit of prevalence. It's going to be the Hazard jump to the high ground. Lots of players looking to harass. King sized up here. Now the Immor field has been extended, looking to pull it out, going well. The Vortex unable to connect to you, finding the first Nindroid down for the count. TP gets utilized, but it is going to not matter. Ghosty still picks up the kill, trying to isolate one despite falling. King Size putting up a masterclass performance.
Yeah, King Size able to punch their way into the kill feed there, getting picks up on the side of XPIF. As I gotta say, West High School, their defensive plan has been very tactic so far, and it's been great so far against XPIF. But what can XP Idaho Falls do here, as they have some ultimates coming up? Maybe they could use that Freya ult to be a little more aggressive here.
It's going to be King Size taking the damage, TPing up to the high ground. And still just be both abilities getting back on cooldown. King Size dropping to the low ground. Nemesis form no longer online. Still though, diving to the other side of height. Plasma zapped, trying to get something done, but it is going to be the first kill possibly sooner rather than later, as the immortality field is down, but it is still going to be a 1-for-1 cooldown. It's Ghosty Boy to pick one of their own. King Size as well going to be able to shut down the tank. Only one kill goes the way of XPIF.
You know, I clearly thought with the engage of the ultimate there that Pokezilla was able to do something there for them, but no, I mean, able to get shut down here from the side of West High School. So I gotta say, Cherry, West High School, they've been increasingly improving this defense so far against the attack of the side of XPIF, but take a look at that. That aggression is showing.
Looking good is sticking to the high ground. King Size can back off once more. 1v1 over towards the room, but it is going to be looking good. Cleanse comes out. Still, though, won't matter. Evan's corner finding the kill. Now King Size bringing themselves online. Nemesis Swarm out. Still going to get hit by the sleep, and there's going to be the anti-nade looking to relieve the pressure, utilizing the annihilation, but as the immortality field is offline, there's a lot less to play behind. Still, there's going to be the BAP Ant Matrix out, and it gives them a little bit of pressure to be found. Lycan Rain down, and it leaves them with another cooldown on their Kiriko.
Yep, so Plasma zapped, ready to go with their ultimate. Rain up on the other hand, coming up with that Kitsune Rush. It's going to be really interesting to see what XPIF could do here against West High, as West High has been extremely good with this defense so far, as King Size has been putting up the defense with that main tank core ability here. But take a look at that. I mean, another sleep up on the King Size here.
See what they can get as of now, though it is certainly looking as if this fight could perchance be the last. 35 seconds, all that are remaining. And no immortality field won't be the biggest hindrance. A lot of ultimates coming up on this roster, on this attacking side, needing to make something happen. Pokezilla having the bullet shot could be nice, but Ghosty Boy already shutting down the ulti. There's the great Vortex can be able to take this Freya down from the heights, as King Size staying alive, healing for everything.
Oh, what a pick.
Damage. Everything goes their way. West High School takes the series 2-0 unless a full hold comes out.
Yeah, and that's the scary situation that XPIF might be able to do here. But there needs to be so much improvement with their synergy, their composition, just their overall, Cherry, as they are not finding their strengths here, as that attack was very lacking into a wonderful defensive hold there from West High School. So there needs to be some improvement up on the side of XP Idaho, but there's still time to tell in this Hollywood map, and there's still changes to these team compositions that might shift the series in other hands. So let's see what happens here, as teams are about to roll out up on some heroes. Do you have any predictions?
You gotta imagine that if you're gonna win, you stick to the same thing you're running. If you're on this West High School roster, right? It wasn't being able to be beaten. And because of that, it really did look good. On the opposite side, I can't say I'm loving the comp that's coming on out. We see the Hazard pulled through. Pokezilla sticking on the Freya.
I see a
However,
Bastion too.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? The Bastion. Where does this come into play in the comp? There's a lot of options for the opposition to be able to collapse onto it, and I don't know how much value that's really going to find.
Interesting. I thought the Bastion was going to hold doorway there, but no. Nindroid's going to back up. But yeah, I think this is going to be a composition that's going to really maybe even confuse West High School here. So let's just see what happens as West is taking the side of rotation into the doorway. Oh, the TP!
Already diving up onto the high ground. Going to be the target is the Symmetra. Trying to get them down, but the Immortality Field doing work. Plasma getting out after the Kiri comes online, but as King Size falls, no more opportunity by the looks of it.
Oh my, Cherry. Hookzilla able to follow another. I mean, it's trade after trade from both of these two. And as it seems to be, one side is running forward, and it will be West High School. Just wonderful. I mean, that was crazy. You had trades going back and forth, and then your Genji is able to follow up on some amazing picks there in the end.
Despite their tank going down early, King Size was not needed in the fight towards the end, as it certainly showed dominance. West High School goes up 2-0. You see XPIF having a struggle to start us off within this round robin. This is 2 losses in a row now. Tragedy for them, as they need to be able to find a win at some point, and unfortunately for them, that will not be in game number 2.
Yeah, it's very much a devastation for XP Idaho, as maybe there's always more games to come for them, right? Obviously, this is round robin, so you got a little more up in your format plan. You got a little more series ahead of you, but I think something to say as a caster is just overall looking at how their composition is, how their team is trying to format against what was West High School. I think they need to be going quicker in some of these scenarios, right? Going off of the map 1, they looked really nice, I would have to say. But it's now more of a scary situation for Idaho, as they need to be climbing up that hill, and looking at a team that has taken 2 losses back-to-back, it's pivotal into the mental so far for these players. So it's going to be interesting to see what they could do for their mental overall in the format, but maybe they could still climb back up.
This does leave this West High School at 2-0, XPIF at 0-2. And on the other side of round number 2 of this bracket, LNHS taking on VHCH. And it was actually a 2-0 for LNHS as well. So now there's 2 teams that are 2-0, 2 teams that are 0-0. Two teams that are 0-2. So whoever comes away on these last 2 matches, this will show who comes in first, second, third, and fourth. Still up in the air. However, if you're on West or LNHS, you have a breath of fresh air, right? You can take a sigh of relief and say, yes, we are not going to be in the bottom half of this bracket.
Yeah, and so far, I like what teams have been showing in between the format so far. And yeah, Jerry, it's going to be interesting, as you have one team that has taken 2 losses back-to-back. Maybe they could still climb back, as that would be amazing and very strategic from the side of XP Idaho. But who knows? It's Overwatch. Anything could happen, and I think that is something that the community should definitely stick around with.
But we are just going to see whether or not LNHS is going to be able to find that victory, or whether or not that will be West to come out as the number 1 team through this round robin. 4 teams came in. 1 team will take the championship. Personally, I'm going to go with West. I think they both played very well against XPIF, right? That's kind of the way for us as people who haven't really been able to see who is actually at the top. I think that actually, no, I'm going to go back on that. I think LNHS showed a lot more consistency right? I mean, yes, they
think
lost
so?
a little bit more. Well, yeah, I mean, you would. The only thing that I'm really basing this off of is the fact that when you look towards West, they lost that first point of Samoa. LNHS took a very clean 2-0 maps on Lijiang Tower. Obviously, they lost more team fights in general. However, when it came to the amount of team fights that they won, they never let the point slip away from them to the point where they lost the map entirely. So that's kind of what I'm basing off of. Obviously, both teams played phenomenally on their second map against XPIF, where they were able to find the full hold the entire time. However, when it came to that first map, that's where I'm kind of saying, yes, I think that there is a world in which either team could win. However, I'm favoring the LNHS roster.
Yeah, LNHS did a really good job there up in their entry phase. I think they've been, pushing even more forward in the format here. And I think there's still something to tell, though. Obviously, you had a great team come out here, which was West High School. And I got to say, they're also proving something too here, Cherry. So if we were to see both of those two teams clash together as Titans, I think it's going to be very close of a game. 100% very close, right?
Does seem as if either team will be able to come out on top with the win. But yeah, LNHS beating out VHCH was the finale of that second round. We saw the other option that we got. And now it's going to come down to who finds success. But we're going to go to a quick little break. We'll be back right after this. Game number 3 is right in front of us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, one last time for the day, I'll be saying welcome back. We are here, 2 teams, 2 face-offs. This is the final chance. XPI 2 times on broadcast, making the 3rd now. We'll see whether or not they'll be able to show us a win. And the last option for them, 2 teams going 0-2, needing to be able to fight for that chance to not come last. We'll see who's able to make the win, who will have tragedy in the end. But joining me once more is Naya. We are back for Antarctic Peninsula?
Yeah, Antarctic Peninsula. I haven't seen this map in forever as a broadcaster that has broadcasted some Overwatch esports. But yeah, this is very interesting. 2 teams choosing this one. And maybe it's to decide which is better here, but who knows? But we have a Zarya composition taking on a Orisa composition, and I gotta say, maybe there's a bit of a counter there.
Wait and see is currently the Zarya pulling right on through. Hopefully they'll be able to make something happen. But as the Reaper dives the backline, Pokezilla looking to make something happen early on. Nothing too much though. It is just going to be both teams looking to play it from this aggressive stance. The Metra activated once more, trying to get the prediction with the Javelin, unable, just slicing it right through the shadows as Pokezilla picks up onto Tracer, but not the character Tracer, the player Tracer.
Ooh, Plasma Zapped, able to get 2 picks there. That's really good as Pokezilla is able to follow up on another 2. Wow, this is really nice here from the side of XP Idaho Falls. As, you know, I gotta say, now you have a perfect opportunity to pop this Reaper Blossom even more quicker than the ultimate economy that the other side has.
Looking good as 20% already gained. Lots of players opting in towards this room. Cleanse out. As we look towards Pokezilla, able to find the next kill. Tracer swapping off of the Sim over towards the Mei. Won't matter. Still falls. As it will be looking as if XPIF has finally been able to show their dominance as a first point seeming to be inevitable.
Yeah, VH able to get 1 there. Froggy able to follow up on the 1, and then you have Juno follow up on the Ninjaroid. So you got 2 picks up in your favor here, as you also lose the Kiriko. Oh no! And you use Zarya?
It's not the worst, however, as they're able to disrupt the grab with the Mei wall, dropping all of it in. Death Blossom out. Won't be able to do too much. No kills secured, as now it will just be Pokezilla forced into a bad spot. And that will give the point over. 64%, finally stemming the bleeding. Now it is all up. We'll see what they can find, as we do have a couple ultimates launching up for Alex Child as well. Both going to have them online. Both going to have those, as well as Froggy potentially going to be able to pull up a Kitsune Rut.
Yep, Kitsune Rush is online. Obviously, that Bastion ultimate is online too, right? So which we just got the seed. But yeah, VHCH trying to get some momentum here in their favor as they gotta climb up the hill of that percentage pull. But take a look at that. Plasma Zap trying to add some aggression to this pull here. But, I don't know, Cherry. You get to see an orbital ray and it doesn't go up in their favor in a wall.
Looking towards aggression is the kill feed. Raining Blue, Alex, Arshawn both getting a kill. Gonna be looking for a 3rd as Plasma Zap gets all the way up to 100% on their pulse, but it is still just going to be the regroup forced out as both teams playing for the poke damage. Archon having the ulti in hand could be really, really volatile, especially if they can pop it onto 5 players group. Maywall comes out, slows him down for a second. Still though, only going to be that. This Plasma Zap pulls up with grab online, could possibly be good. Cleanse comes out, look to keep Alex healthy.
Oh, look at that Nile.
Yet. Oh, a great grab, able to keep Archon in their place, but as the grab not able to hold him for too long, it will be able to relinquish the annihilation. Archon picks off Lycanroc. There's Child down, Froggy down as well. Both supports offline. Tracer can be taken back as well. That's the kill. There's the point.
Wow. Yeah, Cherry, I mean, Pokezilla able to show up there up in the kill feed for XP Idaho Falls, but up on the other side, you have Camp Hill, and you still have Tracer's ultimate of the May Blizzard, and Alex coming up with that Bastion ult. We'll take a look at that. Plasma zapped up here a little forward, and taking some aggression in between these window openings.
We are getting into final fight territory. Froggy's already down. There's the Kitsune, and it's going to be looking really, really good. 90% Tracer can be isolated, looking to get out and about. Archon gets a double kill, shutting down 2. Plasma Zap still able to pick off Child. It will be looking good for them as there is going to be the artillery fire. Pokezilla takes a Child offline as Plasma Zap comes online. The triple kill! Pokezilla finds 4. There's the team kill. There's the fight. There's the point.
XP Idaho Falls showing up here, telling them that, hey, we are up on fire and we are the GOATs of this map 1, just starting it right off. Wow, what a momentum builder here from the side of XP Idaho Falls as Pokezilla was able to get 3 there. Wow. What a wonderful performance. But hey, we still got the other side of Camp Hill, which was showing some momentum that was building there up in that first sector of Antarctic. And I still got a question. Why did the teams pick Antarctic Peninsula in the first place? Who knows, but it's in between both of the two teams here up in this one.
You gotta imagine that most of it did come down to the curveball aspect of a map like this. Many players, many teams not gonna be too comfortable with the idea of playing on a map like this Antarctic Peninsula. It gave them the opportunity to try and pull a little bit of an outside pick into this map pool, as now we are going to be getting a full rush from the Orisa. Cleanse coming out, looking to get something done. Both teams Cleanse at Forden as Plasma Snap taking down Archon. There's the pillar of the team offline as they're full rushing. W key gets pressed and the whole kill feed lights up red.
Yeah, the red side of XP Idaho Falls is looking good, and now they're going to get this points cap in favor. So percentage is going to be ticking. And I gotta say, I like their team composition. They still have the Juno, they also have the Kiriko up and back, so you're able to cleanse and speed, but you also have that TP that could be used from Ninjroid. And I think that is going to be something cool to see here in between Idaho.
Might go their way, but if Poke still gets the bubble, it will be able to relinquish all the damage afforded with the Javelin instantaneously. Archon going to be hit with Cleanse, looking to get it healthy as they pull up the fortification. It's still going to be Pokezilla looking to be the target. However, as Plasma Zap finds Child, it seems as if the target priority really isn't there for VHCH, as now Froggy taking down Pokezilla, looking good. It is going to be some extra damage applied. Archon still unable to get this Zarya off the point, as now both lasers are running right on into them at full force. Archon will fall. Tracer next. Alex, both DPS down. There's the point. And as Pokezilla comes back up with the ultimate, you already know this Death Blossom is going to be deadly.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to destroy momentum here on the side of VH Camp Hill, which Idaho needs to play this really, really smartly into what they also have coming up, right? They have that Beat Matrix from Froggy, which could counter that Reaper Blossom, but it seems to be if you are the side of VH, you're taking this upper high ground play, and that's going to play a little bit of confusion into this, but no, the Reaper Blossom is popped.
Looking good as we are going to be seeing the Simult coming online. The grab connects a lot. Ninjroid finding 1P2, going to be able to get the sec. Pokezilla gets a double. Plasma Zap takes down Tracer, and that'll do it all. There's the point, and that might just be the game. As last fight territory now on the cards.
XP Idaho looking good here. They have the Juno Orbital Ray ready to go in their favor, but take a look at that other hand side for their ultimate economy of Camp Hill. They have 3 ultimates ready to go, and I gotta say, they can most definitely re-engage with those 3 as it is a 3-to-1 favor.
See the orbital ray coming out to start us off. Child getting picked off. Pokezilla having that intuition, taking the second Alex down. Pokezilla is on an absolute masterclass performance with a triple quadra. It's all Pokezilla to give this team their way. It's XPIF to take this first
every kill
for free.
Cherry, that is amazing though, from Pokezilla and the side of XP Idaho Falls. What a game 1 for them, and it's still a close series in between these two, and I gotta say, Camp Hill was possibly able to get back up into that with their ultimate usage play, but Idaho Falls really read it very well.
goes to show this domination from those top two teams is not the only ones that can show prevalence, as these two teams facing off for that 3rd and 4th place respectively. XPIF certainly looking to be able to bring it. However, we know that this second map, when they go over to hybrid, it certainly is not their favorite. It certainly is not something that is being able to consistently go their way. They've been full capped twice tonight on this map, or not on this map, but on this mode.
Who knows though? You start with Antarctic Peninsula. Maybe there's a switch up in maps here. Maybe we go another confusion map in between these two, where I think Idaho played a really good, aggression phase, a great defensive hold here up on Antarctic Peninsula. But yeah, I do agree with what you have said here, as the hybrid hasn't been showing from the side of XP. And I think if you are the side of Camp Hill, I think you are going to have that advantage over the side of Idaho Falls here. So it's going to be something to definitely watch for. But looking at how these teams have played with their mechanics, their mental, their compositions, their communication overall, Cherry, it's been really showing in between the two. And I think it's still going to be that very close series that everyone wants to watch here.
We will inevitably have to wait and see, as we are going to go over onto Eichenwald for map number 2. It begs the question, what will be the change? What will be adapted onto? I liked the May and the Symmetra that we witnessed from this XPIF roster. Whether or not they're going to keep that alive, we will just have to wait and see. Obviously, Pokezilla on the Reaper was a staple pick for this VHCH roster, which really did show them a lot of value. But as of now, it really does come down to how are they going to be able to change this up, adapt into game number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Maybe they can run out up on the same compositions, but be better with the tempo overall. Maybe they could go quicker than the other side of team. But yeah, I think a switch up in composition would definitely be confusing the opponent here, and I think that would be a good strategic favor for their side. But yeah, I think if you are the side of Camp Hill, you gotta try and think on something. You had a very close series there up on Antarctic Peninsula, at least that I think of. But yeah, I think going up into this Eichenwald map too, it's gonna play that moment for your brain to strategize against the side of Idaho and say, hey, what are they gonna try and run here up in this? What do they want to do with their attack and defense? These players need to be thinking critically here if they want to have that position of 3 or 4th place.
We'll have to wait and see. But as we head on in game number 2, right ahead of us, match point. Now, is this going to go the way XPIF? They've been able to show it. The Idaho Falls roster certainly has had their chance in map number 1. We're able to take full force advantage of it, as the Reaper of this Pokezilla has been so prevalent. They started out on tank tonight on the Ramatra, swapping over, looking very, very good. But now it does come down to this final map. Will they be able to bring it down?
Who knows? Maybe Idaho Falls could still lead in with that advantage momentum of that map 1 here up in this series against Camp Hill. But take a look at the compositions. You get to see a Mauga coming out with a Rhine up on the other hand. But also take a look at the support line. Does anything look interesting to you, comparing the Kiriko and the Juno, and also comparing it to the Mercy and Ana?
In the Mercy Ana, you really do have to ask, where does this Ana or Mercy fit into the composition, right? Like, not the most conventional hero in any means or aspects. However, whether or not that will be something that could possibly be the play to get them into a win, maybe it'll work. That will be an option for them. Obviously, the res could be strong once they get to the defense side if they need it. But on the offense, it really doesn't make a whole ton of sense. Currently, they're just playing poke across, not looking to try and full force their way on in, which I don't love. because as of now, they're not going to be able to make any leeway with this idea. Now we are seeing Archon starting to get a little bit more confident potentially as they walk up significantly, but actually not going to be nearly as good as one would like, as Froggy getting capitalized upon 1-for-1 on the DPS line.
Yeah, Froggy is down there, but you also get a trade coming in from the other hand side as, you know, Camp Hill is just trying to play with the Mercy so far. And I gotta say, if you are running the Mercy, who are you trying to pocket? It is Tracer, the Echo player. And I think that's gonna be great usage here as the sleep was out here up on the plaza.
This could possibly be the point to be converted. As of now, half HP on the Malga, looking to get out of the fray, as now it will be Neon Elk to be making their way on in. Pokezilla swapping over to the Sojourn. They're getting one, finding dividends with it as they take down Child on the res. Gonna be the Malgus stomping on in. The anti-nade does come on out, however the Cleanse instantly going to be able to purify it. The ultimate comes on in. Deadeye gonna be able to make something happen. The High Noon not able to do it though. Instead, it is just gonna be the backup coming on in as Froggy forced onto 6 feet under. Pokezilla taking them for a ride down to Pound Town. It will be Plasma Zapped getting the damage applied.
Yeah, Plasma Zapped able to put themselves up there forward, but take a look at the sleep. I mean, you aren't even looking at Plasma. Wow!
Plasma Zap, cage fight in hand. Perchance going to be dropping it in right about now. We see them pretty aggressive with their positioning as they might want to drop it in. However, with Alex and Child both having their ultimates online, that's going to be extremely nice to be able to neutralize, mitigate the damage being applied. So Plasma Zap needs to be a little bit careful with how they want to approach this. But in a 5v4, it still is going to be XPIF having to play very passively, conserving themselves for when it gets later into the matchup, as now it's going to be a 3v5, dropping in the cage fight, going to be hit by the anti-nade. However, it still is going to be Alex to be taken down. Looking to get something more, the Reinhardt's able to deal the damage. Pokezilla gets taken down. Now it's going to be Plasma Zap looking to get something, but really, it's going to be the pin to do everything that needs it.
Oh,
and
that's so
the
disrespectful.
solo! That's tragic! Oh my god. Yeah, you gotta give them credit where credit's due, though. They take the Malga out of the fight.
They do. They most definitely do. And the Nano is popped here up onto Archon. And they still have Froggy's ultimate here if they want to hold this one or even use. But take a look at the damage coming out here from the side of Idaho. I mean, that is good, but it's a lot of trades back and forth, and they want to contest this as much as possible.
We see the fire strikes coming online, but so many players overwhelming the point, looking to get this done, and dusted. Plasma Zap gonna be able to find the kill. Speedo getting the trade.
They're gonna get it.
Pokezilla shuts down Archon, and that'll do it. It's last fight territory as the entirety of the red side gets swiped away.
Yeah, XP Idaho is able to follow forward with this one, but take a look at that. Tracer as the Bastion, able to get Plasma. Froggy as the cast is able to follow up on to the Kiri. So there is forward potential here for the side of Camp Hill.
Gonna be looking good as it is gonna be the Camp Hill roster taking the first point. The first time all day we've seen this first point get taken.
Yeah, and I think this is really good for VH Camp Hill, as Idaho Falls has been really showing good for the XP side. But yeah, you still have ultimates up in your favor here if you are Camp Hill. You have your DPS, you even have one support ready to go, right? But yeah, I think it's going to play a moment here for them to where and say, hey, do we use this ultimate quicker than the other side?
See the points starting to roll forward. Definitely is a scenario where you gotta imagine that this game really could go either team's way. Neon Elk finding their death. It's gonna be Archon diving right on into the action as Kitsune Rush gonna give them a little bit of an advantage. The kill feed, range blues, it's quadra kill, make it a penta as everyone falls down. 2 ults invested as they drop in, or 3, sorry, as they drop in the overclock, Kitsune Rush and cage fight. However, no more options for him to be remaining as the other side gonna have 3 to come into this fight. Not 3 really powerful ones, except for maybe the Nano. However, it is still 3 ultimates that could possibly be enough to relinquish the game from XPIF.
Tracer able to pop this Bastion ultimate ready to go as they're trying to follow up on some picks, but no. XPIF is able to get 2 in their advantage. It is a 5v3 scenario. As Neon Elk has this Reaper Blossom ready to go, you also have that Juno Orbital Ray, as both teams are trying to collide up on something.
As Plasma zapped isolates Tracer, getting taken down by their own tactical grenade. Rez does come out. Plasma zapped having a phenomenal prediction where they stay ready to just slam right onto Tracer and Child. But it is still just going to be Archon hitting on the outside. Got the cage fight in though. Her chance going to be looking to drop it. Pinching in Archon, half HP. Going to need the anti-nade to go their way as Plasma speed. Plasma Zap is able to get one. Neon now takes the next. Neon Elk down as Archon's able to capitalize. However, the cage fight comes online.
No.
Will be Tracer to fall. Plasma Zap finds 2. 10 seconds. No touch possible. As that'll do it. XPIF goes onto their attacking side with a lot of leeway.
Yeah, most definitely, as they're able to get the sleep here up onto Plasma, but I don't even think it's going to matter. Pokezilla able to get another here, following on the 2 limbs as Froggy, Tracer, and Archon, they need to stay alive here for the side of Camp Hill.
Also, I didn't realize there was anybody to get the touch, but unfortunately, despite having it, it doesn't seem like it will do too much good for them. They're prolonging the inevitable, which does seem to be working at least a little bit in their favor. The recall will come out to get them healthy once more as the Kiriko on the other side of the wall going to need.
Oh wow, they got the res.
Yeah, it's looking good actually.
Oh, in the stick.
Oh my god, I was completely turning my head. Wow, it's going to be Camp Hill to completely take this overwhelmingly.
Yep, so Camp Hill now trying to match some phases here against Idaho Falls. Who's going to be the one to take it all here in this Eichenwald, as this payload is still very so escorting. Froggy taking a little bit of damage there, needs to be a little careful, but they need to be aware of what Pokezilla has.
Now we are seeing the overclock getting popped, looking to make this game go their way. On top of the castle, nobody's able to apply damage. Neon Elk gets down. Plasma Zap takes 2. Both supports down. P2 gets taken to Tracer, finding the kill. The kill button gets pressed as Archon having to back off the payload. Overtime still in contention. Plasma Zap, it's gonna be the game. Going to halftime, as that will give the end for the Camp Hill roster's reign.
I gotta say, Cherry, VH Camp Hill looking good there with that push. It was looking a bit scary there as the payload was there by the gateway, but they really made momentum with their percentage here, and I think that's really good for them overall. But now, you're heading up against Idaho, which still has a nice momentum shift in favor, right? They stop them on their, attack, but I think something to witness here or see from this Idaho Falls roster is what they're going to be trying to do for their attack. Their defense play was really nice with the Malga, but do they keep the Malga? And do we see some switches coming out from the side of Camp Hill? It is all to witness here. Who will be taking this map in Eichenwald? Who knows? Maybe we will be able to get to see that Uno reverse card get placed up onto the table.
Well, it seems as if that is a possibility, but we are just going to have to wait and see, as there is still a lot of potential for these two teams to have a lot more to go between them. Right, this is not going to be a fast game. We will see it slow and drawn out. And I gotta say, I think this is my least favorite team comp I've seen all night. We have the Moira, Mercy, Stig. Not totally sure how that's supposed to synergize, but it clearly is working for them. Plasma Zapped is already taken down, and this might just work to their favor.
Yeah, it's definitely something to see, as they're just, clicking as much as they can. As Tracer's applying some damage to the line there in the back, but it's a 5v4 scenario so far, and if you are Plasma, you want to try and take some aggression here by the gateway. You want to put your team forward. You want to get some eliminations.
Just seeing Tracer taking Lycanrine, and it is going to be looking like map 3 might just be on the card, as Froggy takes down P2, gives him an extra bit of leeway. Froggy on a double kill, as Plasma zapped on the other side of the map, trying to find the pin. No pin in sight. Still just going to be having play from the poke.
Yep, most definitely here. Ultimate Economy coming up here for the side of Camp Hill. They will have that Pulse Bomb in favor of Froggy. Alex trying to build up that Coalescence. You might also get to see that Sigma ult depending upon how much charge is given. But who knows? What is Plasma Zap going to do? They are going to pin in and try and apply as much aggression as they possibly can.
Oh, there's the pin. There's the fight. As there's nothing to be found at this point. They're investing the Valkyrie as well as the Flux, trying to get the res off. It might just be a recontestation. Despite in a 2v5, the investment was not snuffed out, and that might just give the opportunity, forcing out the overclock. Going to be Pokezilla taking down Alex, and it's tragedy striking as they invested 2 ults and couldn't keep the fight underway.
Overall, though, Cherry, maybe they could find some swaps here for their team composition. On the side of Camp Hill, obviously, they have that Moira, they have the Mercy, but is it going to work here up on this secondary? You need to be playing extremely quick here into the side of Idaho Falls, as they've been putting up that aggression so far in this Eichenwald, and I gotta say, there's gonna be more of it here up on the secondary.
These teams, it really does seem as if there's going to be a lot to be found right here. Neon Elk getting Froggy down. We saw Froggy's a real playmaker on the Tracer this time. Not able to get the damage they would have liked, but Neon Elk gets taken down. Deceleration doing it all. And now as Archon finds it done and dusted, Tracer gets the next. And it's going to be a bit of a good position to be in for sure, as Plasma zapped, sticking to the high ground on this Winston pick, maneuvering off of the Reinhardt that they were once playing with. There's the Pulse Bomb to put the nail in the coffin.
Yep, Pulse Bomb out here from Froggy up onto Plasma Zapped. You still have Tracer's Tire. Getting a little bit confused there reading Tracer while they're playing Junkrat, but all good, no worries. Archon coming up here up on the Sigma ults, which I think that's going to be interesting to play towards the Kitsune Rush in that Juno Orbital Ray, maybe even that Reaper Blossom. But, I mean, Plasma Zap was so low, though, they had to pop.
Not going to be looking good. Tracer going to be able to find the first P2 down with Tire in hand. It's looking nice as a lot of HP drops. Neon Elk, 1 shot to a kill. But it is still going to be the Winston diving up towards the high ground. Going to be dropping straight on into the fray. Child seems to be the target they want to go for, but as the Valkyries can be available, it could be something they want to opt in for, as there is going to be the Primal active, looking to get damage done, but investing it might not have been the play, as everyone gets out. There's the kill. Alex falling off the map. Plasma Zap staying alive. However, the Valkyrie does get brought in to be able to mitigate the damage being applied, as Plasma Zap now just going to be hit by the poke damage, forced onto the high ground. Nobody to follow up. Still going to be at 200 HP. Still not the most healthy in the world. However, it won't be 2-2 killable just about yet. Clems comes up. TP as well. Heavily investing utility. However, it is going to be a minute 1 and 50 to be able to get something done. Lightning Rain already down for the count, leaving him with nothing left. Overclock gets popped. Trying to get something done. Still looking good, as it is going to be a lot of HP dropping down. There's going to be the Coalescence taking this to a ride, as now Archon finding the team fight.
The defense is showing here for the side of Camp Hill. Tracer has the Junkrat trying to hold that high ground. Maybe we'll be able to get to see a swap here from Plasma Zap, as they're just up in the spawn there as they do. Swap to that Hazard, and you have the Kiri still ready to go. You also have the Reaper still ready to go for the side of Idaho Falls. So it's all dependent upon who pops an ultimate first for Idaho Falls. And I gotta say, you most definitely have that ultimate economy value.
Getting close to that last fight territory. Minute remains with Lightning Rain getting taken down. Tracer taking them aback, but the Ray Flame is there. Neon Elf with the Death Blossom finding them out. Froggy takes out one. Child's gonna be down. The Flux doesn't able to make the connection onto Plasma Zap. Staying alive, staying healthy. It is gonna be Plasma Zap gonna be able to dodge the rock coming on through. Pokezilla shuts down Froggy, swapping off, going towards a new one, and now it's Pokezilla with a double kill. Gonna try and take down the Moira on the opposite side, doing exactly that, as Plasma zapped. Unwavering confidence is the name of the game, and they seem to have a lot of it as they go on further. The rest of the payload needs to be scrapped together, pushed right on back. Last fight, trying to make it happen. Ultimate's going to be here for this Plasma zap, but that's about all they're going to get on the opposite side of lots of explosives in the works.
Yeah, last fight territory for the Idaho Falls roster to lock in. Plasma Zapped able to get the follow-up onto Tracer. Pokezilla able to pop one, but take a look at the trapped hazard. This could be a little crucial for their side of things as Froggy is able to follow up onto the Kiriko, and that makes a big difference.
Difference has been made, but it's all done and dusted. Game
tire.
3 is upon us. They really can't expect anything more as the tire drives it home, and we are getting a game number 3. Camp Hill, despite looking like we might have been seeing a full hold, they're bringing us back for even more Overwatch.
Yeah, I like it. I think Camp Hill here with the aggression up on defense, it really played out nice for them, and I think it's going to be exciting to see what they could do up on this Game 3 scenario. We could also say this is the first time that we're able to see a Game 3 today. So I'm excited. I bet you are excited too, Cherry. But the most thing to watch out for from both the sides is Camp Hill played a nice defense. And if you're heading into a map that has a nice defensive factor, I think Camp Hill is going to have a nice advantage towards that win here up on Eichenwald. As the momentum really shifted there, you got to see Idaho take that first map in favor. They were really showing up with Pokezilla there up on the kill feed of that Antarctic Peninsula. Really, really great with their DPS. But did it show here enough up on Eichenwald as Idaho did unfortunately fall short here to Camp Hill in this Eichenwald. So yeah, I think Camp Hill, they're able to neutralize this one. It's 1-1. We're going to be heading to that next map here shortly. But Cherry, if you were to give any insight up on what we have seen so far in between these two teams, what can you say?
You really got to expect this last game to be going down to the wire, right? These two teams have been able to stick each other, and they like glue, right? Nobody's taking too much. Everybody is staying all even Steven, and it really is going to come down to this last game to determine which team will be going into that 3 slot, which team gets the 4, and whoever does come out on top, it certainly does seem like the other team will be able to match them later on within the season.
Yeah, Camp Hill is literally saying, call an ambulance, but not for me, matching it back up 1-1. Idaho, they gotta kind of try and reconcentrate here, as I believe they have that map pick. Maybe I'm wrong here. But yeah, Cherry, if you are Idaho Falls, they got a lot of map pick potential, a lot of choices in modes. Maybe you can play something real quick here, like a push or even a flashpoint if you want to end this series in a quick scenario. But it all depends upon what these two teams will decide here. And I think it also depends upon what their composition is going to be for this next map, as we've got to see a lot in between of the compositions. We got to see a Junkrat, a Mercy, an Echo in one side of a composition of Camp Hill, which I think played real nice. But will we be seeing this in the next one? Probably not so. I think it's going to match with tempo overall, and I think it's going to consolate to what they really need to be finding their strengths with.
We are just going to have to head right into the matchup, as currently not much is waiting for us. We're just gonna have these two teams figuring out what they are picking up, right? I imagine we're gonna be going escort for game number 3. The question becomes, what do they end up picking? Obviously, you got certain options that are more prevalent than others. Route 66 being a pretty popular map. Beyond that, we might possibly see some craziness where we could get the I'm so sorry. What's it called? Gibraltar. I know a lot of players try and avoid it. I like it, but it's a map that really does require the team coordination if you're going to play at the highest level due to the vertical adjustments that does come off of like playing on that second point, that first point especially. It's rough.
Yeah.
It's a very rough map to go towards, but I think that if you have that potential with the Winston especially, as well as something like the Hazard, you can really find success there.
Yeah, talking about Winston or even dive compositions, if we are heading towards that escort favor, I think you will be seeing 100% of a dive. But I'm seeing something up on my screen here. I'm seeing a flashpoint possibility, which now this is going to correlate into fast compositions in between both of the two teams, and they want to be rolling out as quick as they possibly can here, Cherry. So I think it's going to rely upon a Lucio for a backline, maybe even Kiriko to stabilize with the cleanses, but we could also still see the Juno with the speed and that Kiriko up into the mix for that back. So I think it's cool to see what two of these teams have been providing in between this series by far, but who will be taking this series? Will it be Idaho Falls or will it be Camp Hill? It is a decider to watch.
Really does come down to it. We're going to Suravasa, actually, for game number 3. Moving over towards the flashpoint, and we'll see what they do end up coming. So really going to have this last map coming down to the wire. You'd imagine we're going to be seeing 5 points activated, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Yep, so Suravasa, our third map in this series, third and final. Let's see what both of these two teams could do here, Sherry, as it's been a lot of competition in between both. They want to mark their statement into that position of 3 or 4th, but it all depends upon what these players are going to be picking here for their team composition, as on one side it's kind of a mix, but it worked for them up on Eichenwald, as you're seeing Tracer play the Junkrat once again. You're going to have Archon up onto the new Queen. Wait, Junker Queen. How am I mixing this up? Junker Queen here for Archon, Alex with the Kiriko, and you still have the Mercy here. So interesting composition as now you switch over to the Sombra, but Sim up on the other.
We get right on into the game. We'll see who is inevitably able to find success, but more realistically than not, it is going to come down to this final, or this first point, to really set the tone, right? It's a very dive-heavy composition coming in from this red roster, right? As they have that Tracer plus Sombra could be really, really volatile. Alex is already down, however. This is one of the most Mercy-favored compositions, in my opinion. I think it can combo relatively well with the Kiriko in some aspects.
Yeah.
However, with Froggy already finding the skill into Pito, it's about all they're going to get, right? It's XPIF finding first succession without any real pushback, except one player getting taken down.
Interesting. Yeah, Archon able to swap to the Hog now for their side of things, as XP Idaho Falls, they're leading with the percentage pool in their favor, but yeah, they still have a nice matching in between the DPS. What will happen? We'll probably see that pulse bomb here from Froggy here real shortly, and I think that's going to be that changing point of where Camp Hill can really engage up on the side of IPF.
How they find engagement, we will have to wait and see. Pokezilla finds the kill, Tracer down. Gonna be leaving the Junkrat out of the fray. Child finds the res, as now 80% gathered. Beta ring does come on out. There's the hook, unable to attach. Instead, the connection goes a little bit too wild. There's gonna be the whole hog coming up in 30% or so, possibly going to be activatable at this point, but more realistically than not. Oh my god, Alex with a phenomenal antibiotic grenade, able to connect onto Pokezilla. Lycan rain down, but as they find their marks, they get taken on for a ride. Froggy gets P2, Alex falls in advance. Tracer gets a kill, but instantly falls to their doom. And that might just be the point to transfer over, but not for long, as Plasma Speeds has something they want to say about this, and when they have their Reaper coming on with them, Pokezilla pops out the ult, gets both down. That's the point to convert.
Yep, wonderful usage there from Pokezilla, able to coordinate with that Reaper Blossom and even synergize with their team. They have 2 to even 4 ultimates coming up with their ultimate economy if you are XPIF. But Plasma zapped, able to zap Alex away here.
See what they can get now that they have control over this point. Oh,
Oh, wow.
5! Get hit in the ult. And with a 4-man ulti like that, everyone's going to be collapsing on top of it, trying to invest the whole Hawk. Won't be able to make too much off of it. Instead, they fall down. Point converts.
Yep, so point now going to go up into favor here of Idaho. And you take a look at Camp's side of things. They have ultimates in favor. You also take a look at the side of Idaho Falls. You also have some ults. What is going to be the turning point here, I think, is at least that tire from Tracer. If they're able to position it well up onto possibly their backline and force some ultimates to go early, I think that will definitely be a changing point.
Definitely could be the way to be able to turn the tide of this matchup as winds do shift. We are going to be seeing that
Here it
tire
comes.
coming online. Could possibly be able to make something happen. The Tracer does die. Can they get anything in return? Seems like the answer is going to be no. B2 destroying it offline. Froggy going to be able to drop the flashbang. Not able to make anything off of it. Instead, Plasma Zap shuts them down intensely. We do see the speed rank going to be able to give everybody a full speed ahead sign. As now Child with the full Earth. Oh, they barely get out in time. It's going to still be 2 players alive, as the ultimates still are here. Plasma Zap 40%, looking to get aggressive. The antibiotic grenade needing to be used on themselves to stay healthy, as now Plasma Zap's going to be able to change positions, going for the Mercy. Perchance going to be dropping in to grab, not going to do it. Instead, they realize there's no need. We have this point. We're not going to have to fight for this.
Yep, so XP Idaho able to follow forward with another point in their favor. Archon Froggy able to follow up on to a pick there onto Plasma Zapped. So, yeah, I think it's now interesting to see what Camp Hill could do here up in this scenario. You have ultimates. You could either go aggressive, you could play defensive, but it all depends on who's on that point first. And it seems to be, it is Idaho Falls, so they need to back up here as they are regrouping. And yeah, now this is a great thing to see here.
This is potentially final point territory, as match point is alive. Pidu finds their doom, as Archon's able to keep full advantage. How grab is nice, maybe not nice enough, as there is going to be the Valkyrie able to keep them healthy. Pokezilla down for the count, going to be leaving them with nothing, as Nindroid going to be able to get one, but instantly Archon limits their success. We see the Terra Surge coming on out. However, it's going to be the trying to get online. It's not going to matter. It's all done and dusted. Kills go wide, and that's the game. VHCH keeps it alive.
Yeah, overall, though, will VH Camp Hill rely on this Junkrat that Tracer is playing here for the side of VH, comparing it to what the other hand side is Idaho Falls? They have that Sim, they have that Reaper. It's going to take a lot of momentum.
Good, as we are going to see Archon taking a lot of damage. Plasma Zapped, able to get the first, but it's all filled into the kill feed. Archon, the only chance to get anything done, but not enough. Too little, too late, as there's the point. 97% gets gathered, but now XPIF has the opportunity to make the full reverse.
Yep, so reverse is possible here from the side of XPIF. They have 2 ultimates ready to go. They pop the Sim wall, but they also have that Reaper Blossom in hand. If you are Pokezilla, you don't want to take too much damage if you are Kiri. But yeah, you got to play careful here, as wow.
Seeing a couple kills going online could possibly be the point to finally go in this way of Camp Hill. Right now, the ults from Pokezilla, we've seen them consistently being good with it, but this time not so much, as Tracer's bombs from their death goes really, really good for them. as Froggy swapping over to the Soldier 76, liking to play from range, not able to do it, as there is going to be the grab. Nobody to follow up except for just the Zarya, as Plasma Zap takes down Alex, looking for the second, but they keep on healthy. There's Froggy
Wow.
still on the point. Child is down, as now this might just be the complete reverse from 0 to 97 to 92 to 97. Can they keep this alive? Seeing as if the answer is going to be yes. Nemesis form dropped online.
No.
There's the kill. There's the game. 3-0 sweep.
Oh my. Yeah, Idaho Fall is able to get the reverse there up on the Saravasa, but wow, it was a big turning point there as you had Camp Hill possibility in reach for them, right? Where they could have turned it around there with the players that they had up onto the point, but it didn't go into their favor, as now you unfortunately do take the loss here and you do go 0-3. So good overall performance here from the side of VH Camp Hill. But up on the other hand, we have a team that finally got their victory, and that is XP Idaho Falls.
Making this go their way. Amazing work coming in from them, as that will be the game. That will be it, ladies and gentlemen. You are seeing your third and fourth place teams respectively. Not sure if our lovely producer can get us an answer on that first and second team. Maybe I can find it. Maybe I can find it. Oh, yeah. So LNHS, I was right, everyone. Look at that. Won a 2-0 sweep over West High School. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for staying tuned. Make sure to keep on updated on more VHEL action. And you can do that by going over to the website vhel.com/ESC-nationals. This is a website where you'll be able to find all the information on the ESC Nationals in Orlando, Florida. We will see which teams do get the opportunity to advance to make it there in June, but we will have to just wait and bide our time for that. This is it from us here on the broadcast. Thank you all so much for staying tuned. Thank you to Edge, our phenomenal producer, giving us all the buttons, clicking everything. Thank you, Naya, for giving us the greatest casting ever. And thank you to you, the viewers, for coming on out, looking at esports. And yep, that is it. Thank you all so much for staying tuned. Peace out.